Yokohama.
The biggest race of 2022 is here as we get set fully for trying this Grand Prix in Malaysia. And look at Banyaya. He's up to second. Close off. Back at Banyaya. Up into second place. Fabio Quartararo clinging on to that third place. How close was that?
To all my fans, this year is our year. Come down to Sepang this November. Time for Malaysian GP. Malaysia. 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 Jom ke Sepang, kasih gegar.
Yokohama.
It is hot down here in the pit lanes. It's definitely going to be hotter out there on the track. Ladies and gents, we are back. Welcome back at the Malaysia Championship Series down here.
And the Malaysia Championship Series 2021 season is a go. You can hear those engines screaming their way. Driver, there's some contact at turn 15. We said there might be some action at turn 15. Team, wow, that's a double overtake. This is some huge stuff to kick off.
The crowds are starting to come in down here at the Sepang International Circuit to witness round number 4 of the Malaysia Championship Series here at the Sepang International Circuit. My name is Mio Adlan, and it's always been a pleasure to accompany all of you guys for this live coverage wherever you're watching us on the official page of Sepang Circuit on Facebook. As I mentioned, yes, this is round 4 here for the MCS 2023, the final round for this particular race. We still have 2 more categories, 2 more classes to witness today, consisting of 14 cars that are the TP class as well as the SP1 class. The condition of the track is nothing but perfect. The skies are clear. It is hot down here at the Sepang Circuit. Definitely the place where you want to be this Sunday afternoon, and make sure you do follow us throughout the whole race. And not forgetting as well, make sure you also hop on to our website sepangcircuit.com to get your tickets for the Petronas Grand Prix of Malaysia 2023 MotoGP, which will be happening on the 10th until the 12th of November later this year. So tickets are selling like hotcakes. Make sure you guys go down to the website and get your tickets as fast as you can. As mentioned, yesterday, we witnessed the 2 classes of MTC as well as the SP2 classes. It's all done and dusted with, and right now the concentration, the whole idea for today is about the 2 classes, as mentioned, the TP as well as the SP1. And no better commentators to commentate on the race for today. We got 2 gentlemen in the studio. We got Nicholas as well as my shiny brother, Jeev. What's up?
How you doing, Mio? Well, good to see you. And under the Malaysian flag and on the wonderful sunny skies up here at Sepang, it is a joy to introduce you and welcome you to the commentary box. My name is Jeevan Savanathan, sitting next to me, renowned sports journalist Nicholas Anil. Nick, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Jeev, and I'm so excited for what is in store for us. We've got so many variables happening in these two categories, and it could be winner takes all.
It is. There are so a lot of things happened yesterday, of course. As Mio pointed out, there were two classes in action, MTC and SP2, in this new first-time run format up for the Malaysia Championship Series Round 4 finale. Usually it is one 300-kilometer race. That's about 54 laps of this FIA Grade 1 ranked track. But due to the huge number of cars that have come in over the season, Race Control, in their ultimate wisdom, thought it was better to actually split it up into two races. And so we had MTC and SP2, 44 cars on the grid yesterday, and the extra 14 cars, which is Touring Production and SP1, the bigger cars with the 2000cc engines, they are going to be starting today. And what that means is, of course, Nick, is we're going to have the same action that we always see for the Malaysia Championship Series rounds, but there will be a clear track.
Yeah, definitely. We may not see too many battles going on, but like we spoke of, there could be a lot of isolation drives.
Yes.
And keeping in mind, this is a 300-kilometer race, so endurance is key, fitness is key, as evident as yesterday, strategies equally as important.
Yep, absolutely, all the way. Yesterday, it was a great run in MTC for High Rev Dream Chaser. Mitchell Chia, renowned touring car driver, made it back-to-back titles with High Rev Dream Chaser, and they did really play the strategy card well. So the format for this finale race for Touring Production and SP1 is 54 laps. That is roughly lapping at around 229. We have some inside information on why it'll be 229 as well. We'll let you know that in just a bit. 2 pit stops, compulsory pit stops of 5 minutes each, and they will have to be executed between the 12th and the 45th lap. That's the huge pit window that's open for the 14 cars. Yesterday, we did see a wonderful strategy by High Rev Dream Chaser to actually use both of their pit stops in the one full course yellow that turned up. That was the only issue, I guess, track issue that we saw yesterday, and that was for some oil that was at turn 11 and 12. Now, one thing we won't be hoping to see, of course, oil on the 10th to 12th of November. Petronas Grand Prix of Malaysia 2023, it's back in style. Some 163,000 people turned up last year, I'll tell you that. And you can be part of the new record that we're going to set this year. Get on to the website, www.sepangcircuit.com, and do check out the deals and the promotions and the packages. There are, I'm not going to lie to you, a lot of seats have already been sold out, but there are still seats selling fast, so do get onto that website. And while you're there, also check out some of the other initiatives that the Sepang International Circuit offers, such as the Open Track Day, where you get to take your car onto this track and see how fast, within reason, you can go. Book online at www.sepangcircuit.com. Now, as you were saying, Nick, a lot of stories are going to evolve in terms of strategies. A lot of stories are going to involve in terms of the championship itself, because it is close, right, in terms of standings?
Yes, indeed. Looking at the TP standings, we've got 4 teams in contention. They are the combination of Imran Wafi, Lee Kam Soon, Jonathan Z, sole driver, Ayub Azli and Kifli Othman in 3rd place, and Tawid Anwar, who came in and spoke to us just before the race commenced. So all of these drivers are separated by a mere 17 points.
And seeing as how humans love double packages, double points on offer as well. So usually it's 15, 12, 10 for the top 3. Well, now it's 30, 24, and 20 for the top 3. So anything can happen. And as Nick said, we have a great Touring Production lineup. It may just be 6 cars, but 4 out of those 6 have won a race round this year already from the 6 previous races before in round 1, round 2, and round 3 since May of this year. So it is a very even field. And as Anwar was saying, as he said, he just came up into the commentary box. He was expecting hot days in hot times in the cockpit, of course. 229 times because he reckons a lot of the drivers are going to look to that maintaining strategy. As we said yesterday, 3 things you can do in an endurance race. You can attack, you can defend, or you can maintain your pace and your position. Position, we don't know about. Pace, that is something you can control.
Yeah, definitely. And another point that he mentioned, which I thought was really interesting, is also maintaining the car, ensuring that the car is good over 300 kilometers, because he said these cars are capable of going at 230 kilometers, as fast as 230 kilometers an hour, but you can't be pushing pedal to the metal throughout, because if not, you're going to blow something out.
Yeah, but as he said, 227s would be the lap time that would definitely win you the race, but you just can't do that for 54 laps in these cars, because these are road cars. And even though they've been tweaked up, as we look at the drivers now, this is a very busy pit lane, by the way. A lot of other championships, GT World Challenge Asia, I think that just took part. So a lot of media and press are down for that as well. But it's just another Malaysia Championship Series weekend.
Yeah, and
it's a festival of speed.
It's also set up in the way that it's a perfect setting, clear skies, dry track. Like how we had yesterday, and if we're going to have sort of a replay of what happened yesterday, then I think we are in for a tantalizing drive, because it was absolutely seamless. I think apart from that full course yellow, which
that was the only
off,
one. Everything else was.
Everything else went on really well. Apart from that oil spill, there were no major incidents, no rain stoppages. So we get to see
just a bit of sand, That's right.
and that will allow the drivers to live up to their full potential.
Okay, well, I think we're actually going to look back at some of those highlights right now while we get this race underway. And this is what happened. This was the MTC start. You can see Mitchell Chow off on the left of your screen. Hayden Heichel just pushing on the inside as well. And then, as you said, they all got away very nicely. You can see the track very dry as well. And this was SP2 G and V with the huge amount of
This was when Rahul Mayer's...
This was the first 3 laps.
Yep.
And it was Rahul Rajmaya in the 900 car, Mitchell Chow in the 100 car, and Hayden Heichel in the 39 car, all bunched up in the front. That was the sad moment when Hayden would actually lose 2 spots. This is a little bit further on in the race, and that was actually the reason for the oil that led to the full course yellow. But there were a lot of battles, Bay Racing and Awesome Racing in the 2 cars at the back. That's Eddie Liu going into turn 1. He would eventually end up winning that category. Pit stop window turned up, and 5-minute compulsory stops. That's why you have to have your game plan sorted out. That's actually one of the big spin-ups we had later on, but again, recovered well, came back well, and there were just about a handful, about 4 or 5 cars in the end that were DNF at this point. So this is around about lap 28. And when they got back on, well, Eddie Liu pushed himself all the way, was really untroubled after the full course yellow in the pit window. Rios Racing also had Rios R-Works had a double in SP2V. It was the first of their cars. And Mitchell Chow, well, he was nice and easy and almost robotic at the end. This is the end of the last lap, and the checkered flag when he made it back-to-back titles for High Rev Dream Chase. And what an effort it was from the High Rev Dream Chaser team to give him a car that managed to do the last 28 laps. I think it was.
It was so amazing in the fact that, his lap times hardly dipped. He was the fastest driver on track for the entirety of the race, except for when he pitted. That is a model of consistency, and, truly deserved Mitchell Chow.
Yeah, it was just that one lap when he came out of the pits on his out lap, where he did a 240, which is pretty much what the rest of the field were doing for the whole race. So looking into some of these cars now, as you can see the drivers getting ready. It looks like the Indonesian drivers. It is Umar and Avan Abdullah. Good to have them. Again, just highlighting the international, or at least regional, scope and reach of the Malaysia Championship Series. Right next to that, that's the 50 City racing car, and that is Ayub Azli, if I'm right, was in that. And he has been absolutely on fire for this season. And if I'm right, yep, that's a win and 2 seconds for him, and sitting second in the... In fact, it's a win and 2/3 for him. 2 wins and 2/3 for him, sitting third in the championship standings right now. But as we pointed out before, 4 of the 6 drivers, whoever wins this race, essentially has won this year's Malaysia Championship Series season. That is Empire M Racing, am I right? Yes, it is. Shazul Hisham Harun, who is the only driver in touring production that hasn't won a race this year.
One runner-up finish to his name in in round 3, first race. So for him, like we spoke of yesterday, you know, it's all about achieving personal targets. I think the target for him would be, you know, try to upset the odds here, because he could play devil's advocate and actually, you know, be sort of the outside hand that really influences the top of the standings.
Could do. I mean, and this is no disrespect to Empire M Racing, but we're going to have to hope that their reliability has been sorted out there, because that car has run into a few problems beforehand in terms of finishing. That's Hishamuddin Sardina, SP1 for Jebon Motorsports. SP1, well, it is again the top 5 drivers that have a lot to fight for. That is Imran Wafi, who is currently leading the Touring Production Championship.
Yep, with 63 points.
3 points. A win, a second and 2/3 to his name of 6 races. That is pretty consistent. And look at that changeover. You've got the GT cars being wheeled back into the paddocks after a good run out just now. And then the Hondas coming out for Malaysia Championship Series. So this is the opening starting procedure. So this pit lane will now be open for 5 minutes to let these cars out on track. And they'll make 1 circuit to get into their grid positions. And this is, of course, where all the media and personnel will be allowed on the grid as well. So not too far off, probably about 5 minutes away, I would have thought. 5, maybe 10 minutes away from the start.
Just looking at the classifications, we have Imran Wafi on 63 points. Jonathan Z only trails by 6 at 57. Ayub Azli and Kifli Othman at 50. And Tauhid Anwar and Lai Wee Seng are in 48. That's how close they are, Jim.
So getting out on track. And this would be just a warm-up for them. Free practice was, of course, on, well, that's what kicked off the weekend on Friday. That was with qualifying as well. That's the car. That is, well, I think there's 2 cars in the 6 for touring production that could really upset the apple cart for Johnny Z.
This is the car that also posted the fastest lap time in qualifying.
Yeah, that car shifts. That car really does shift. So I think it's going to be very interesting. And while they could go up to 227 in terms of lap times in this hot weather, that, as I said, probably a couple of seconds off that in terms of your average lap time, because they're going to want to keep that little reliability factor. So 229. In fact, you could even start thinking of it as having a safe zone. So if you're lapping at 230, 229, reliability-wise, that's going to get you to the end. But if you want to push it, and you have the skills to push it, then you can go as far. I'm not expecting anything 226, but I don't know. Johnny Z's on the grid, so
yeah,
that might just push it. There are certain drivers that have absolutely no problems in hitting those.
If yesterday was an indication, we'd see an average of 237s to 239 lap times. I think the fastest was, well,
those cars, I said, those cars are about 400 cc's underpowered, so these cars will generally lap about 15 to 20 seconds faster than those cars. So what we were seeing I said 237 was the best we saw. 236 actually was the best
yeah.
we saw from Mitchell Cher. That is very fast for MTC anyway. 236 would be a pretty average lap for these guys, these big 2000cc powertrain cars. They're bigger, they're louder, and they have a slightly different line. And we can analyze this stuff now that it's been split into two races, because the MTCs and SP2s, great at cornering. They have amazing grip on the racing line when it comes to these big corners, just like turn 15. You want straight line speed, then you're looking at touring production, you're looking at SP1s, and of course, with that speed means it's a little bit more reckless. That's the word I'm going to use. Reckless when you get into these big, big corners. They'll give it a go, though, that's for sure. I can tell you that Tawhid Anwar, Johnny Z, Ayub Azli, Kifli Othman, all of them are absolutely going to go pedal to metal at certain points of this race, and also try and put in that maintaining factor so that they can try and keep that car going, because that's the other thing with these bigger cars. There have been some reliability issues as you get past 30 laps, 30, 35 laps, so that'll be interesting. It'll be about an hour and a half in.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when they also pit, especially with regards to the solitary drivers as well. You know, we saw yesterday how
cheeky.
Yeah, how Mitchell Cher timed his pits so immaculately well.
Cheeky, that was very cheeky, yeah.
Hayden Haikal, I thought, was blindsided. So
well, it was cheeky, but it was also risky because, as I said, as I was saying earlier, you know, after you've had that second pit stop, yes, you're allowed to come in for a third pit stop if you want, but that would have really wrecked his race completely. So he really gambled on having that second pit stop work and for the car to be in its best condition, because that car was absolutely red hot, melting tires. Now, this was the ever so successful FD2R that was ruling the roost at MCS for, well, from 2019 to 2021 during the pandemic years. There wasn't much racing going on then, but there were a couple of races, and the championship leader at that point was that number 44 car. So I'm expecting stability and speed from that R Engineering Civic.
And it's uncharted territory for Tawhid Anwar as well, because he said this is his first ever 300-kilometer ride. It'll be interesting to see how he fares.
Well, all the same things that we said yesterday apply now. It is a slightly different strategy in that you have to stretch it out, because there are fixed factors in there in terms of fuel and petrol and how much you can take. And that was the important thing we said yesterday. It's not how much you think you can take, it's how much you can actually take safely. So if you have a two-driver team, then at least you're splitting the load with the other driver. But if you're a single driver, like Johnny Z, but I haven't actually ever seen Johnny Z tired. Never. I've never. Even when he gets out of the car after the race, I've never seen him tired. He's one of these people that has a lot of energy, and I guess that lends itself to being in a solo team and working well, but he's also very, very fast as well. So Johnny Z has a lot to prove, because we actually also heard that his car caught fire during qualifying, and so you're only allowed to use the same car and only that car for the race weekend. So we are, yes, hi, how are you doing? So basically, he has had to refix that car, and now he's going to have to take it a little bit easier on that engine as well. So I'm not predicting that there's going to be DNFs in any way, but it is something you have to think about. Much smaller grid, much more compact grid. It looks different for us because pretty much all season it's been 54 cars or more. But as I said, if they combined this race with yesterday's race, you would have had 59 cars racing for 54 laps, which is a little bit pushing the envelope. Let's get down to the grid now. Mio is with that man, Johnny Z from Scuba Racing Team.
All right, guys, I'm now here at the front of the grid together with Jonathan Z, car number 17. You are now in the standing overall second right now, but the fact that you're at the front row here with nothing in front of you, this is definitely a good position for you to push on for the overall championship at least.
Yeah, I will keep a good pace. I hope to be the overall champion. Of course, it's a long race. We will not know what will happen, but of course we will try our best and keep the car. And no matter what, I'll bring the car back.
And as you mentioned, 300 kilometers and the endurance race for round 4, different from what we're used to in round 1, 2, and 3. And some more, you are the lone driver for this car. It's not an easy task, but it's definitely something that you will be excelling in.
It's not my first time running the 300 kilo alone. I did that before COVID, and I did 58 laps during the last week MSF. So I think I'm ready for it. I can't wait for the race to start.
So it's an easy thing for you, just get onto the podium first and overall as well?
Yeah, I just need the machine to be good to me. I'll do the driving.
All right, good luck to you, John. All right, back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Mio. I told you. He's not tired. He's not phased at all. 58 laps, 65 laps, 75 laps. I'm actually shocked that he did 58 laps for the MSF last week. Still, he's ready to go, and I don't think you can think of a better term than that. If the machine is good to me,
Exactly.
then
Back to your point about what happened during qualifying, I think it's a lot going to be depending on the reliability of that machine, because Johnny Z is extremely experienced in endurance racing of this sort.
I think there's just two different types of drivers. There's drivers that drive to save themselves and to save the car. And there's about 3 or 4 drivers that if you put them in a car, the only thing they know how to do is go fast. That's it.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more attacking given to maintaining. If anything you had to teach Johnny Z is how to slow down at certain points, because he'll be, especially off the start, he will be straight off attacking into every corner. We've got another contender for the Touring Production crown now on the grid with Mio. It's 29. It's a race leader, it's a championship leader, Imran Wafi.
All right, car number 29, Imran Wafi driving in, starting at row number 3. Imran Wafi, seriously, round 4, you are leading in your class right now, but you're on row 3, whereas Jonathan, I just spoke to him just now, he's at the front row, pushing for that top spot in the overall championship. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel, I cannot say what I feel because it's a long race. It might change halfway, so I hope on the reliability of this car, and then we see how the race condition, because as you can see, it's quite dark. I hope I'm safe, that's all, and I guess worst case scenario, I just want to finish the race, that's all. At least if I finish the race, even last, I still secure the championship third. So I will fight, but at the same time, conservative is 3 hours, so there's no point pushing on the first lap. And we'll see how it goes on the last stint.
One thing that Jonathan actually mentioned something about making sure that the car survives the whole 300 kilometers. Obviously, that is the major thing. But then again, you got Kamsun coming in during the pit stops for you. This dynamic duo should be able to bring it home.
Yeah, definitely. I think as the team knows, I am the slightly more aggressive driver. So I'm pretty sure if I hand it over to my teammate, it's going to be fine.
All right. So, yeah, okay. Good luck to you, man. Have a great race. Have a good race.
All right, thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Mio. Slightly more cautious approach from the championship leader there, but he brought up a very interesting point, which is driver combinations. And as he said, he's the slightly more aggressive driver in the 2-man combination that they have. And that you have to factor into your thinking as well as to, on terms of average speed, who's your faster driver and who's your maintaining driver. It's actually something that they really do stress on in some of the development programs, and especially Toyota Gazoo Racing. They have fast drivers and they have maintaining drivers as well.
Yeah, it's about the passing of the baton and how do you pass the baton on, in what condition to the machine. So what Imran mentioned was interesting, because he's got to be cautious at the same time, but he's also very confident of his driving, and he knows that he needs to be aggressive to put himself in contention to hand it to Lee Kam-soon.
Okay, well, we're going to get down to one of the R engineering cars now, and Mio's moved on. It's Jesmond Tan in the 444.
All right, now we're together for the different class. Earlier, we've spoken to people from the TP class. Now with the SP1 class, second overall right now after round 3. Jesmond, again, round 4, 300-kilometer endurance race. You must be super excited.
Yeah, definitely. Fighting for championship.
Yeah, and the fact that you're not that far behind, all you have to do is making sure that you come in ahead of your competitor to grab that overall place for the overall championship. You think that this is the day that you're going to be doing it?
Yeah, definitely. I want to drive safe, everything clean, car no issue. That's my main point.
All right. And this car, obviously, I mean, 300 kilometers is nothing. It's all about endurance, and this car can actually bring this for you.
Yeah, definitely, yo.
All right, lovely. All right, man, good luck, man, for your race, okay? All right, guys.
Well, we've had caution, and now we've got a bit of confidence going there. That's on top of SP1, or at least currently second on the grid. Chao Tek Seong is also in SP1. That's a name you got to look out for in the number 11 car, and obviously Ken Urata as well. Today, driving with Masako Ida as a second driver, so no solo drive for Ken, probably because it's 300. He's very calm and cautious about that. And driving for R-Works Rios in the 55 car. So those are, for me, the big names to look out for in SP1. And Peace Out Fun is another one as well for DW Motorsport, driving with Baron Sim.
Yeah, Peace of Fun is the leader with 60 points, but Jasmine Tan, who was interviewed earlier, is just 4 points behind with 3 runner-up finishes to his name this season. So he's coming into this finale in great form as well.
So that looks now, as we look at the grid, that it should be around the 5-minute board as cars are out there. Engines not on yet, and non-essential personnel still around as well. So soon that grid will clear. And talking of Peace Out Fun, well, Mio's now managed to meet up with DW Motorsport down on the grid.
All right, earlier we were with the second in the SP1 category. Now we're together with P. Salfan, the leading car for the SP1 race car number 46. Salfan, you sekarang tengah leading untuk round 3. Sekarang you nak dapat championship overall. Sikit je lagi, 300 km je lagi. Macam mana perasaan you?
Saya tak nak buat mistake lah. Control the car, make sure finish the race.
Okay. Yelah, sebab you dengan you punya partner kan ada 300 km. Ada taktik tak you nak main untuk race ni?
Saya nak habiskan race saja.
Nak habiskan race saja.
Yeah.
And you punya kereta confirm boleh habis, tak ada masalah kan?
Tak ada masalah. Betul,
Okay.
tak ada masalah.
Dan you obviously you nak buat yang terbaik untuk get that first overall, betul?
Ya, betul.
Okay. Apa-apa good luck untuk you, Salfan. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, man. That was Salfan, car number 46. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Mio. Doing very well, Peace Out Fun and DW Motorsport, and 2 very fast drivers. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, the message was clear, and it's only one message. I want to finish the race.
Wow.
He wants nothing else more than that. But he's coming into this championship in great form, Jiv. He finished first in his last race, and he had a great round 3.
Well, that's
25 points.
great. I'm just looking at our visual weather check, and I'm telling you now, that's not great. That's not great. That's not perfect at all. And we have had a sunny morning. You saw some sun just now on the grid, but that's not a camera trick. There's some big rain clouds hanging around this valley area here up north, just north of KL, about 60 kilometers north. And it turns into a rain bucket if it does rain. So let's hope that holds up for all 15 corners of this FIA Grade 1 circuit. 5.543 kilometers. Those long straights between 14 and 15, and 15 and 1, right in the middle. And then, of course, it just expands out both sides, the north and south track in action. And just as I say that, well, we must have hit the 3-minute board, I'm thinking. That's exactly what I mean about non-essential personnel. So just 2 mechanics and the cars, as they say goodbye. Well, that looks like Keithley that's actually starting that. Yep. In fact, that might be the 1-minute board, in which case a safety car, that beautiful Supra, is going to lead the cars around one of, well, possibly, most probably 1 or 2 formation laps. They've got to keep in that formation before you get the rolling start around turn 15. You can see the heat haze already. May not be sunny
may have been a little bit overcast, but it is still very, very hot. And Johnny Z even more hyped up now. He's just getting closer and closer to race time, and as he just told us, that's all he looks forward to.
Johnny Z has been
Singaporean driver.
Yeah, such a dedicated driver as well. I know he comes down to the SIC as often as possible, you know, to get acclimatized before races. So he's here a significant time even before the race starts, you know, and that means leaving his family behind, coming here for training and all. But that dedication and perseverance has been paying off for him big time.
So Umar and Avan Abdullah, it's actually the first time that they're taking part this year. They were big entrants in 2022. They joined for this 300-kilometer race. And that's just another aspect, as you can see, things getting very grey on the grid.
But speaking of Umar Abdullah, he did not have the greatest of race in the last round, crashed out with some tire issues, so redemption time perhaps.
Well, I said personal targets, team targets, what they're going to aim for. So that is the 1-minute board. So now they are going to be slowly shifting off. And benefits of a clear track for pretty much everyone. This is, you know, the weather might be turning. The wind's definitely kicked off, but in terms of track position, in terms of what you can do, wow, you wouldn't get a better situation like this. 14 cars on the grid. 6 of them touring production. And so they're off. Wow, so the safety car moving off. In fact, safety car's gone. And there they are, waiting for that last green flag. Oh, last chance to get some extra heat into those tires. Take about 3 laps for those tires anyway to get nicely warmed up once they're underway. Notice that I think that is Kifli Othman in the car to start off with for City Racing, but whatever happens, he's up at the top. Jonathan Z in second. Umar and Avan Abdullah in third, Taun Anwar in fourth, Imran Rafi in fifth, and Shazul Hisham Harun in the last TP car, sixth.
And in SP1 we have Chow Tek Siong, followed by Jasmine Tan, Hishamuddin Sahudina, and Pisau Fan makes up the top 10. Kanurata in 11th place, followed by Lim Jin Guang.
And the last two, Shinsuke Omeda and Susumi Nakamura for R-Works. And Azmi Omar and Iskandar Mohan for Marbo Racing in 13th and 14th. Yeah, I was expecting for that to go on for another 5 minutes as it did yesterday, but that's the benefits of having a 14-car grid.
That's the shortest we ever read starting positions.
Well, that's a big rainstorm, as you can see, that's already happening on the other side of the track. We're going to keep a very, very close eye on that. In fact, you don't even have to keep a close eye on it because it's that big. But you'll know, trust me, especially if those trees in the background right now start really moving, then you know that that storm has turned up. These are the little indicators that you get when you're up here in the benefit of the commentary box. Early on as well, 55. I think it's guaranteed that some of this race is going to be wet. Right now they're on dry tires, so you can bet your bottom dollar that that first pit stop might just come in very early. You see how things are kicking off in the background now?
Yeah. You're bringing the rain sooner than later, Jeev.
Yep, that's why I still have my umbrella here from yesterday. It wasn't used yesterday, it was used for sun. But I think I did pop a window in the car though, which is... That's happened before, it's okay. Cars are meant to, that's what I mean. Road cars are meant to take a bit of a beating, as we're about to find out. But that is heavy, heavy rain. It looks like it's on the way and is definitely already raining off to the north of the circuit by the looks of it. So coming up to turn 9 and 10 now, you can see a lot of debris on the side of the track. A lot of pickup. That's from the GT cars earlier on. Left a lot of rubber on the edges. But they would have crafted out a nice racing line and kept it nice and warm as well during the morning.
It's double points, so there's everything to actually contend for. 30 points for first place, 24 points for second place. Third place takes 20 points. And with double the points, it changes everything, right? Especially when you're bunched up at the top.
You know, to earn 30 points at the Malaysia Championship Series throughout the season, you're going to have to wait 2 months because you need to get, unless of course you win a double on the race weekend itself. But it is essentially worth 2 round races. So those are the 2 cars. I mean, right now they're just gunning their engines, but that's what the situation I'm expecting to see a lot of. Johnny Z is definitely, I know they say with these endurance races you're not supposed to pedal to the metal straight off lap 1, but you just watch him. I think straight after it turns green, he's going to be trying to hit the half fastest, especially with the rain turning up as well. You're going to want to get some really good advantage in.
Yeah.
That's a very nice setup that they've got.
I've seen Johnny start off strong, maintain pace, but I've also seen him make late charges. For instance, in the last round, you know, he came so close to actually winning it. Challenged Tauhid Anwar until the end. So, you know, he's got different aspects to his driving styles, which...
Well, I just hope, as I said, I mean, there's been so many things that I can remember for Johnny Z in the last 3 years. A 7-minute pit stop. I can remember him getting in somebody else's car last year and therefore being disqualified. The fire that happened 2 days ago. I mean, it's almost a walking movie, motorsports movie. So if he gets a good run in that car and all things equal, then he's going to be a contender. So we're coming around turn 15. Which means the next action is going to be lights turning green. You can immediately see they're driving into that gray sky. I'm now thinking we're probably going to get about 10 laps of dry racing before it has to rain, I think. Still, here we come, and the lights go green. It is round 4, race 2, the final action for the Malaysia Championship Series in the 2023 season. And it's that 50 City racing car that's come right down the middle on the inside. Johnny Z is just huddled up behind. Tauhid Anwar keeping nice and wide on the right side. Now he comes in. Those are the that's Delta Racing. In third now, Umar Abdullah.
Clean start from everyone.
Wow, with 14
Nicely
cars,
done.
I'd be very surprised if it wasn't actually. But yes, it's always good to know. They come down to turn 4, coming up to turn 5. Benefits of a clean track, you can really check to see where you're going. That's, I noticed Shazam, or Shazul I should say, has dropped back. He's in the Renault Clio right there. So it is, as I said, I think it looked like Keithley Othman who's starting it off, so I'm going to name him as Keithley. Based on his driving style, that looks like Keithley Othman. Can you see the gap he's already opened up? That's one of the fastest drivers, burning up the sectors as well. Fastest sector 1 and sector 2 from that city racing car. I told you that those two are not going to wait at all. Now, Johnny Z is defending a little bit of pressure from Umar Abdullah from Delta Garage. Anwar Avik, Tauhid Anwar, just doing exactly what he told us he was going to do, which is settle back and look for his opportunity.
Yeah, just like yesterday, we can see a front 3 sort of developing as of now. Tauhid Anwar just observing from the back.
Wow.
But very nicely done by Keithley Othman to open up this slight buffer.
Yeah, very, very nicely done, in fact. But then, I said I've seen him do this before if he's up front. So Johnny Z is now put in a fastest sector 3. He's now speeding up. And you can almost immediately see him just pulling away a little bit from that blue Delta Garage car. The 86 car in third. And Anwar Avik still in fourth for our engineering. That is Jazul Hisham in the Renault Clio. So noticeable amongst the Hondas when you see it in there. 34 for Empire M Racing, now in 6th place, which means Imran Wafi is up to 5th, and we're going to confirm all that now as they go past the timing line. Yep, and it's a 2:29 immediately from Keithley Othman. That's our new benchmark for fastest lap. 2:29.190. So that might mean that we're going to see something even faster in about 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, bear in mind before the rain comes down.
Before the rain comes down, everything goes up to 2:45.
Yeah.
There'll be MTC times after this.
So we could see our...
See, it's interesting that you're now convinced it's going to rain as well, because it just keeps getting grayer
Yeah,
and
it is,
grayer
it is.
and grayer. We know, we live in Malaysia. For anyone that's watching from around the world, we know this is going to happen. So it's imperative to get your fastest laps in now and set yourself up. You never know what can happen in 54 laps, but you also never know what can happen in 54 laps in the rain. Currently on dry tires, the entire field. That's 4th place, just left your screen. That's 5th and 6th. And in fact, that is Imran Wafi, the 29 car there, just trailing.
Hishamuddin is also doing well, yeah.
Yeah, it's the only SP1 car that's currently within the touring production ranking. These two are lapping at 2:34 and 2:35, so immediately Keithley with a 5-6 second lead, just based off his incredible first lap of 2:29. I said the fastest lap I've seen around here was around about 2:24. That was, I'm sure, by Mark Darwin. 2:26 I've also seen as well. But those are on the hottest days. Right now, as I said, the racing line is very, very dry. This looks like a bit of a battle that we're seeing right up at the front. City Racing again in good stead. Johnny Z's pulled that up a bit. He's now 1.02 seconds behind. Hammering down the throttle coming down the back straight.
Yeah, Johnny Z's slowly distanced himself a little bit from Umar Abdullah.
Well, he's not close enough yet to have a pop. But he's going to definitely have a look. He's had to defend that corner first of all from Umar Abdullah. But I think by next lap, Johnny Z is now lapping. Let's just see when they cross the line exactly how fast he is.
Fastest sector as well, sector 1.
Well, it's already started to drizzle. That's what we've heard. So we congratulate yourselves that we had 3 laps of dry racing, because now, oh look, Johnny is close enough now that he's going to take a pop. Just having a look on the inside. Now again on turn 2. Great defending from Keith Othman. There you go. That's your indicator. And
Keith did well there. He closed him off on both turns, and
well, we went from sunny, which was about 8 minutes ago, to
the wipers are already turned on.
torrential rain. So now these guys are going to have to watch themselves, because I don't know, I don't think anyone was expecting this. I think they're still on dry tires. Now, I'll tell you one thing, Nick. I've seen dry tires on a wet track, and you know what happened?
What?
10 cars went off at turn 15. Literally. So
we don't have 10 cars in touring
that's the
production.
thing. It could be the entire race goes off at turn 15 if they're not happy. Now, Umar Abdullah's just put in the fastest lap we've seen, 2:28.775. You and I wasn't expecting that. The team engineers, as you can see, shaking their heads because they didn't expect it. Johnny Z, meanwhile, wants to use the last bit of dry track. He's had a little look at turn 9. Still not close enough. This is going to be a different kettle of fish if it rains. And he's now being held up enough by Keithley that Umar Abdullah, as we said, has been putting in a 2:28. He's now in prime position to take second.
Yeah, I think we could continue to see faster lap times while we still have relatively dry track.
It is relatively dry, and it is still just drizzling. And of course, well, race control has to come up with the official declaration of it being a wet race first before anything else. But then we're close enough now. It's lap 3. I wonder if these cars can hang out till the pit window opens and use that first pit stop that they need to execute. Is Johnny going to have a look here? Has another look on the inside. Ooh, Umar Abdullah has a huge look on the inside. Wow, that pushed Keithley a little bit offline. Now these guys are getting very, very close. As they cross the line, it is now 0.3 of a second between all 3 of them. That's down from 0.5 as they splay out coming into turn 1. So rest of the track. As you can see, the rain is now hitting the camera as well.
And they've slowly already distanced themselves from the chasing pack. You can see Tauhid Anwar almost over 6 minutes or seconds.
So the initial
behind.
adrenaline has kicked in about the rain, and everyone now is doing a 2:30, and I'm expecting that to get even slower because you just can't stop yourself getting slower if you see it raining. So strong winds also reported by race control. You can see that a little bit there at the bottom of your screen. So a lot of left to right sideways drift, as they say in badminton. You're now getting in terms of the cars. Rain is at T4. This is T4. This is turn 4 now. So it's heavy rain here. And this has happened before. Rain at one part of the track, dry on the other side of the track. That's because Sepang is spread out well enough. So far, the cars are dealing well enough with it. Wow, you can actually hear that wind through the cameras as well.
But most of these drivers have experienced these conditions in Sepang. It's nothing new for them. It's just about how you deal with it.
That's true. I don't think they've ever had it happen in one lap. I think they've had it. They've seen it coming.
Well,
over 5 laps, 10 laps.
We've been in a race where there was one dry lap and then followed by 10 wet laps.
Followed by 10 wet laps. That's right. So now this is a new situation for the team and everybody involved, of course, because now it's, well, if you had a dry strategy, you're now going to have to switch into a wet strategy. But this rainstorm really has come out of absolutely nowhere. I really didn't think this was going to happen about 15 minutes ago. Now, meanwhile, behind them, Chao Tek-seong is leading in SP1. Ken Urata has moved up to SP1 second place. P. Safan is in third. That is going to have an impact on the standings for the championship. We'll keep you updated with that as the top 3 now come in, and look at that. Umar Abdullah has now got half a car length over Johnny Z. Has he got the straight line speed? No, he hasn't. He settles in behind again. Absolutely nothing between them. It was 0.5 of a second.
Did so well to shut him out, and I can see Umar always trying to take the outside line to try and get a peep.
Well, there's 1 second between all 3 of them now. Has a look on the inside, Johnny. Gets the door closed on him again. Great to see some people up here in the stands as well come up for the finale. Hope you brought your umbrellas. Actually, they're not going to need them because the grandstands were had new roofs put on.
Yeah, they're pretty covered.
Back. So that is the top 2, Chao Tek-seong and Ken Urata, 0.8 of a second between them and SP1 as they come into turn 1. And you can just see as they go around turn 2, some of the wheels lifting off. But that just doesn't happen in MTC because they have such a low center of gravity, those Suzuki Swifts and Honda Jazzes. Turn 4 looking a little bit brighter now. And still, it's just the front 2, and then just behind them, P. Saofan and Jessamine Tan in 3rd and 4th. That's the blue and green car just left your screen. And that's where we are for SP1 right now. Plenty of open track for them to really gauge their momentum and their racing line. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4 on your screen. It looks like it's another biding time affair for Jessamine Tan and P. Saofan. There's P. Saofan's 46 car, all blue. Jessamine Tan behind in the AXO car. Lights coming on now. Well, that was actually a directive from race control, so you need to do that during storm times. But you see how bit by bit the indicators turn up till all of a sudden you have a wet race. Certainly more than a drizzle.
So quickly.
Everything has changed so quickly, yeah, and it's a little bit more dangerous now. Of course, cars are going to just be pushed and pulled a little bit more. Just 5 laps in. So heavy rain kicking in on lap 3, basically.
So as of now, we have a sort of a 3-way battle going on in the TP, and in SP1, we can say that Chow Tek Siong and Kanurata have slowly distanced themselves from the chasing pack. Pisaufan still within contention. Could this be an indication of what's to come for the next 48 laps? Ooh, Jonathan Z, I think he got him in the bumper.
Yeah, bit of contact.
Again, you know, he's been trying this since we got started, but Kifli Othman really defending well.
Yeah, he's been having a look on the inside, Johnny Z, about, well, every lap essentially, from up to lap 6. Just hasn't been able to find a way through, and that applies for Umar Abdullah as well. But great to see these 3 cars just break off. They are now like 8.5 seconds ahead of the rest.
Yeah, I think
production.
This is what the fans want to see. They want to see some intense battle and not so much of isolation drives. And if we get this until the end of the race, it's just going to be exciting. And you know, all 3 drivers are going to be thinking on their toes and ensuring that they stay ahead of each other.
So the pit window will be open soon. I think that we haven't got much of a choice in terms of, oh, hold on a second, that looked like the Scuba Racing team behind that car. Has Johnny Z completely dropped off the pace? Right there behind the 46 car. Just have to see if that's the black and yellow of Scuba Racing. Oh, that's actually Lim Jin Guang, I think. It was also in the Scuba Racing car, SP1. So it is not the big headline, which is Johnny Z dropped off. As you can see, that's the 95 car. Same paintwork. Well, slightly different. Purple top.
It's another battle going on here between Jasmine Tan and Pisaufan.
Well, I don't think anybody would have expected this change of environment. Well, that's very, very wide from Kifli. I don't think he was expecting that. He would have lost a bit of time off that, taking it such a wide line.
He recovered well, though.
He did recover well. It's just now, I think Johnny is going to be close enough. Yep, it's now 0.3 of a second between the front 2. Umar Abdullah's dropped off a bit. He's now 1.3 seconds back. This is a big enough opportunity. But again, as he got half a car, so close. So close.
So well. He did so well cutting him off at turn 1.
And 2, you have to switch back after turn 1.
Yeah, he took the wide turn and then realized that he needed to get back quickly on the inside to
that just goes
keep
to show
Johnny
you
at bay.
How close it is to have on the driving line, the racing line, and how different your lap can be if you're just a little bit off it. Now that is Chow Tek Siong. A little bit of a paint change to that car, but another R Engineering car, and it's not surprising to see it leading Japan Dahaka Motorsport there. And that is Ishamuddin fans. Currently now down into 7th place, Ishamuddin, after a good early start.
Chow Tek Siong is also slowly opening up.
Oh, it's interesting you said slowly, because look at the lap times now. We're down to 2:34 for our leader. That's Kifli Othman. That's from the 2:27 that he put in before. So slowly but surely the pace is being knocked off by, and that's only good, because I said you can't be putting in 2:27, 2:28 laps in conditions like this. And it's Mohammed Azmi Omar from Marble Racing with a 2:49.667. That is the slowest lap that we've seen now. So these are MTC times. Coming up to turn 9 and 10, Chow Tek Siong, and that's actually Jesman Tan that's moved into 2nd now, and has overtaken Ken Urata. Meanwhile, our leader, City Racing. Look how close Umar Abdullah is. He's having a look on the inside as they come up to turn 15. He's got to respect, he can't do any sudden movements, and if you're going to overtake. It has to be in one clean action. You can't have a double stab at it because that is bad driving conduct. That's not how you race cars. You have to make it clean, and you have to wait for that one big opportunity before you can have a go.
It says from how we started 12 laps ago, you know, the street drivers have maintained the same
8 laps
position.
ago.
8 laps ago, yeah. And pretty much the same distances. They've not sort of let up in terms of, yeah, they are,
Well,
the lap times have maybe slowed down a little bit, but in terms of the closeness of each other.
I said, it's still Kiefer Othman that's dictating the race pace in that situation. And I think if they got past him, then they might be able to push it a bit more, but they really have to see. We're still in the first half of the storm, so you don't know if the water level is going to get even higher than this. And it's definitely not dying down now. It looks like it's raining pretty much everywhere on the track, but I think that they are going to make it to the pit window, come in. Pretty sure we're going to see some better tires go on here. If they're on middling, moderate compounds, then they're going to have to start going to wet, because as you can see, that's turn 4. That's where it all started, the rain. And look at the amount of water that's now being soaked up. The drainage system here at Sepang has been renovated a couple of times. I think the last one was about a year and a half ago, where they put in new drainage and runoff areas, pretty much all the corners as well. The asphalt is good at soaking it up, so if it does stop racing, then there's a good chance that the driving line will at least dry off. But that's the thing about racing cars, because if they're all going to be keeping a line semi-dry by going around there. If you stay literally close, that's a car that's really off the pace.
Yeah, it looks to have dropped off.
Looks like it's out. Yeah. Top 2, Umar Abdullah there he is.
But yeah, you're right about the track. I think they just redid the track earlier this year, and so we've got immaculate driving conditions, albeit in a wet race.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do, and as I said, you never know how much nature is going to change. But in terms of, and obviously the catchment there is race control will stop the race if there's too much moisture on the track. Right now, the drainage system is handling it pretty well, and I think they're going to get to this pit stop window, and then they're going to reassess what they have to do for what is now obviously a wet race.
And that changes the strategy as well, so they might have to pit sooner than later to, you know, change tires, and
yeah,
it really changes the dynamics of the race.
That's getting closer and closer at turn 1. Harder and harder as well to control with all that rain coming down. Well, it is the transitional monsoon season right now, coming off the hot, dry season and into the wet season in Asia, especially in Malaysia, up here on the equator.
Again, so nicely done by Kifli Othman, just to shut Johnny Z off.
Wow, look at turn 4 and turn 5.
Not easy in these conditions.
Turn 4 and 5 now turned into a lagoon. And this is turn 1 and 2. Now this can get very, very dicey in the wet. You can just see from the tire treads, the racing line that they're going to have to stick to. It's just like when you're on the highway in the rain, just try and stay in the exact tracks of the person in front of you. And they've kind of cleared a lot of the moisture off for that moment in time. So you could be able to get around. But right now, I'll be honest with you, Nick, that the weather has just got too much and the safety car is out. So everyone is going to have to get down to, so this is your first full course yellow from the weather. You really have seen it all here. Yeah, there you go. Great to see the spirit of the fans.
They're having a great time,
They are.
rain or sun.
It's interesting you should say rain or sun, because literally 15 minutes ago it was bright, bright sun. Well, that's what it's like down here in the equator, in the jungle. So the safety car parked at the end of the home straight. And look at that. This is extremely dangerous driving conditions now.
This was reminiscent to the second round, Chief, when we were here. I think it was in the first race.
Yeah.
Where we could barely see the track.
Yep. 9 and 10, even more dangerous because it is uphill, so all that water floods down to from 10 to 9. You can barely see the racing line now. Well, as racing drivers, you have to do the best you can. And here they come, the top 3. Hazard lights on, probably doing a max of 40 or 50, I think. Look at the amount of moisture coming off the front of that city racing car. They have to watch themselves. Even at these speeds, things can get a little bit dicey. Oh, that's nice to see some clear sky in the distance. Maybe it is just going to be a quick storm.
Yeah, we're seeing lap times now go into the 3 minutes, surpassing 3 minutes.
Yeah,
it's only understandable.
Yeah, 35 seconds off pace from when we started. So we have to still log down 2:27 as being the fastest lap we've seen. But anybody that's just joining us now is going to really wonder as to how that was accomplished. Do a 2:27 in this, and that's the end of you. Top 2 in SP1. Fact, that might be, no, that's actually 2 and 3. That's not Chao Texiong. That is Kenny Rota and Jessamine Tan. Pisao Fan in 4th. Lim Jin Guang in 5th. And that's Imran Wafi, Shazul Hisham, and Umaida from RWorks Rios. And that's that bunch of cars. And of course, Imran Wafi, championship leader in the middle of that. Currently in 10th, 5th overall.
And so now this changes the dynamics of the race, because you go back into warm-up mode and essentially wait for the rain to stop.
Yeah, I mean,
and you get started again. So we saw Jonathan Z post the fastest lap time before the rain kicked in. He was lapping at 2:38, I think, and
well, the best we've seen so far is a 2:28.775. That was from Umar Abdullah. That was the best time.
That was, I think, in the first or the second lap.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
Johnny Z was already beginning to make moves, and it really took all of Keithley's best defending to shut him off.
Now, this is an interesting situation, because if it was a shunt, or it was an oil slick, or it was something that the marshals could get to solving, then you would see an end to this full course yellow. But right now, this full course yellow is out for the weather, and the weather might just keep going. So I don't know how long the safety car is going to be out there for. And of course, it is exactly what it is. It's a safety car. It's meant to keep all of these guys in the best possible condition. Because look at that, they're even struggling to get traction coming into turn 9. That's where all that water builds up. 9 and 10.
Yeah, this is, again, you know, really out of anyone's hand. It's just the elements that it's in full force.
For the driver, it's about psychology. And it's about, you know, as I said, waiting to get back on the gas, if you're ever going to get back on the gas at this point. But also the temperature inside the car is still pretty hot. Now it's going to be really muggy as well. But it's also adding this thinking into your plan, because nobody expected it to get to this, especially this quickly. Well, we are going to keep our eyes on this, and we're going to keep you updated as it happens. Right now, we're going to take a break, but we'll be back very soon.
fight isn't over. The fight is just beginning. You can break physically, you can break mentally, you can break your heart, you can break your spirit, and all of those are gonna leave a mark. But the mark that they leave can be the mark of victory or can be the mark of defeat.
Nerves of steel needed in sizzling conditions. It's time to seize the moment in Sepang. It's time to race in MotoGP.
The battle's coming now. The fury shakes the ground. I've come to take my crown. I'm rising up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment. For greatness. Legend in the making, deep in my bones. I am the champion. Got one time to take it. It all comes down to this, and deep in my bones. Oh yeah, I am the champion. I know where I'm going. I have been chosen. I'll never be broken. I am the champion. A clashing of titans. A battle of giants. Take a moment of
That no matter what you walk through, no matter how many times you fail, there is within you a spirit that is greater than whatever is going on around you.
If you would be willing to fight your way through this battle, fight your way through it, I'm telling you, at the end of the fight is going to come victory.
Because the victory is mine.
Malaysia. 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 Kasih gegar. Kasih gegar. Jom ke Sepang. Kasih gegar.
Yokohama.
Welcome back to the Malaysia Championship Series Round 4 Touring Production SP1's Race 2. And as you can see, it's a red flag situation because it is just too tough out there, Nick, for these guys to be racing at the moment. So there are a number of scenarios that come from this. As you can see, the safety car is bringing the cars back into the pits, and they are not going to be allowed, the mechanics aren't going to be allowed to work on those. So usually they're going to now wait for the rain to stop before they restart this race, but we're going to have to wait, obviously, to see. And this, for the drivers, well, this is a huge, massive thing. They're all going to wait in the pit lane, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, but you can't, there's nothing else you can do in these circumstances when the rain is so heavy. Safety is of the utmost priority.
Well,
Can understand how disappointed the drivers are, but they just got to wait this out and, you know, like you mentioned, psychology, you know, just trying to keep themselves motivated for when it's dry and they get to go out again.
Well, you can just see Keithley coming out. That's the amount of water that's actually on the track. And I can tell you now, even with the new drainage system, that is a lot of rainwater. So these are the three cases, case A, B, and C, for restarting a race under a red flag. If it's less than 2 full laps, and that's not us because we went past it, it was about the 9th lap it was stopped. If it's less than 2 laps, then the race is deemed null and void, and the race will be run in full if it can be restarted, and any qualified competitors will be allowed to restart, but no spare cars allowed. For case B, which is this situation, more than 2 full laps, but less than 60% of the race distance, then it'll be deemed in 2 parts. The first of which will be the penultimate lap, the leader crossed the finish line. The length of the second part will be 2 laps less than the scheduled race distance. And I said this, it'll take another 10 minutes to start if that's going to happen. They have to wait for the rain to stop or at least get between a manageable level. And case C is 60% of the more of the race, which isn't applicable here. And that is a complete cessation of the race. It means the race is over and done with, and the points will get allocated. So we got to wait and see right now from race control as to what's going to happen. There was some early promise. That is what I was talking about before, because the skies are clearing here.
Yeah.
So it might just have been a very quick storm, and it may have literally just dumped all of its buckets of water, and it really is that, about a swimming pool's worth at least, onto the track.
I don't think it's going to be an extremely long downpour, because just judging by the weather this week, it has rained, but it hasn't rained for long periods.
That's true. It's Johnny Z now walking off to the pits. And the drivers will just leave their cars there. The mechanics and engineers are not allowed to touch those cars at all. And hopefully that race will recover and be restarted within the next 5 or 10 minutes. The rain itself doesn't seem to be letting up, but as you saw from the clouds, it does look like it's going to be a little bit more clearer in a bit. But I guess these are the things that affect outdoor sports. You can't have indoor racing. It'd just be too loud, really.
It's not the first time we've seen a rain stoppage in the MCS as well.
No, not at all. And I did say it earlier. I said at least all 15 cars are still on the track, because I've seen situations where they literally just started churning off like it was a production line at turn 15. One by one they went, because they're taking a lot of power into that corner.
Well, rain has always been a factor in outdoor sports in Malaysia, and it's the athletes talk about it. In this case, the drivers talk about it. Even in the MotoGP, you come into the main race on Sunday, and you know you have all these top riders in contention, and all they want is a dry track.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what anyone would want. So that looks like Lim Jin Guang. Good to see Spirit still happy in that pit lane. Peace out fun. Getting back into the car. No. Well, the driver's exiting the car. As we look at Johnny Z just at the bottom right of your screen. Doesn't seem to care about the rain. Well, they're out of the cars, and they've been ordered out the cars by race control, but they're not quite out of it yet. Now he's moving back to the pits again now.
So we've had 11 laps so far.
Yep, that's right. That's where we stopped.
1/4, close to 1/4 of the race.
Case, definitely a case B, and if it gets restarted, that means there were 43 laps left, so probably a 40-lap race if they have the time. But of course, it's up to race control. They might make it a 20-lap race.
Yeah, indeed. I think in the second race, a couple of laps were shaved off, and
you have to, yeah, for the second part of the race. So that first 11 laps is the first part of it, and I'm assuming the pit window is. It's amazing. The pit window was going to open on lap 12, and we stopped on lap 11. But again, there's just nothing you can do about it, really. So definitely a breather which is, for us, that's great, because we are sitting in a nice, cushy, aircon commentary room. But for those guys out there, that's slightly different in terms of environment and atmosphere, and especially, as we said, the psychology of the entire race. You know, people were really gearing up for some very, very fast laps. 2:29, 1:90, 2:28, 7:75. Those are the two fastest laps we saw. That's what you do. That is Kiefer Hoffman. You can see, so I was right.
Well, it's all about the waiting game now, just to formulate thoughts, formulate strategies in your head, and try and execute them.
No, he seems to be happy enough. He's done this just hundreds and hundreds of times. Such an accomplished driver. But it's not really about how much that you've done it. It's more, well, that's a good sign. Generally speaking, if the birds can handle it, then you know things are getting a bit better, because birds, they don't mess around. They don't mess around. If the rain's too much, they just give up feeding for the day, and that's it. So if they're out, then it might be getting a little bit down. The safety car is starting up, but that doesn't mean anything. The safety car is going to go out and check the track, I'm sure. Well, if they can run it as a wet race, then they will. So he's checking, that's turn 1 and turn 2. Of course, we're not going to be able to tell from up here, but he's going to go at a pretty decent pace in that Supra. That's the turn 1 and 2. That's where you've really got to watch it in the rain. And then it gets very fast up here at turn 3 and 4. And you start picking up speed as you're going downhill. And a little bit of braking, and then it's literally full power up the hill to turn 4 and 5. This is a very, very fast part of the course.
But it doesn't seem to have as much of a puddle as compared to earlier.
No, because it's uphill. So it's actually down at the bottom in the middle of your screen. That's where it is. So this part is fast. Then it's onto the brakes for 6 and 7. So you should come downhill for 6 and 7. Now, here we go. This, so you can see some of the water already pooling up down at the bottom of your screen. 6 and 7, and up to 8 and 9. So this will be 7 here. And then this is a very wet part of the course now, even on normal conventional rainstorms, and not this kind of superstorm that we're having now. 7. In fact, I think that's 8. Those Yokohama Advans doing a good job. Now this is where things get really wet. This is very wet, the entrance to turn 9. Then there's a little dip here before you go up to turn 10. That's where a huge puddle usually, so you can see it just rolling down there as well. Up to turn 10. Approaching 11 and 12, and this is where we had the issue yesterday. Seems so far away now with the sand and the oil.
The only issue yesterday.
The only issue yesterday. And it's just so tiny when compared to this situation. So that was 11 and 12. And very fast here. Down to 13 and 14. And it goes round. Good bright area of the track. That's actually encouraging to have that amount of light. And this is the back straight. That's 14. All right, got some speed up there. Well, that's just a little bit of a example of cameras for you, because one camera looked very bright. This camera looks, well, much worse. A lot of rain still here at 15. Big. So this is where all the cars came off that one race that I saw. And I think he's going to go around again for sure. Well, what do you think, Nick, based on that? I think that we're not starting this race for a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't see any difference there at all.
We're not starting this race just yet.
I'll tell you one thing, P1 is going to have a, when they do get restarted, P1 is going to have something to deal with because he actually overtook the safety car at turn 9. Now that is one of the worst things you can do. And I remember I got out on a pilot experience course here at Sepang, and they put me into an F4, Formula 4 car. I went and did 20 laps of Sepang, and they actually said to me, they said, if you overtake the safety car, you're banned from the circuit for life. That's, I mean, I know, I was a civilian.
One of the few key important rules to not overtake the
and it's
safety
also,
car.
you're supposed to be learning how to drive this car. That's not how you learn how to drive this car. It's different for race drivers, you get penalized. But for civilians, if you go up here and you do that, then you're going to get a very serious talking to indeed, and most probably banned for a certain amount of time, because that's what safety cars are all about. If you overtake a safety car, it means you're deliberately being unsafe.
I don't know, Jeeves, just looking at the weather, the rain seems to have picked up again. You know,
Yeah,
just a couple of minutes ago, it looks a
little bit
slowed down.
Well, certain cameras can pick up different light, so it can look a little bit different.
So it's the waiting game now, not
Well,
just for the
all
riders.
touring production and sport SP1 drivers and managers are heading to the media center now, so that looks like there's going to be a briefing.
Yeah, on how many potential laps there will be to be completed once the rain stops.
You got to think about it like this: they're getting further and further away from the racing cockpit.
Yeah.
That is the worrying factor, because I'm not going to lie to you people. There is a chance that this race might get curtailed completely based on the weather not letting up. That looked like an okay lap. That's much brighter, yes. But it's not just about whether it's bright. It's about the amount of surface moisture that's on the track and the amount of moisture that's already being put on the track as well. So if you just look at the wheels of this Supra now, you'll see what I'm talking about. Because as it goes past you, you can see exactly how much water is on the track. But then you get a shot like this and you can see how much is still coming down. So great that the fans have turned up today. Shame, of course, that it is... Right, well, while, you know, we're watching that, let's get down to the pits, because Ayub Azli is going to have his own views on what's happening right now with Mio.
All right, now I'm together here with Ayub Azli, car number 50. Ayub, we've predicted that it will be a dry race, but unfortunately right now the race has been halted, red flag is out. Your partner Kifli is still in the car waiting for the conditions to be better. How does that feel as a driver for you personally? You're supposed to jump in about 2 laps worth, but now you're here waiting for the weather. How does that feel for you?
Actually, it's advantage for us because we expected to be cloudy and raining, because our car is maintained to fuel, because our fuel is very highly like ngam only.
Just enough.
Just enough, yeah.
All right, okay.
And then right now we are leading in P1, and I hope Kifli will maintain the pace, and when it's my stint, I maintain the pace until the end.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were talking about as well. The fact that you and Kifli, you still have a shot in getting that first in the championship, overtaking your other competitors, even though, you know, I mean, it all depends on other kind of situations, right?
Yeah. It's pressure for me, for our team, because currently we are in P3 for championship point, and if we lead this race, we can get the overall championship. Hopefully.
And whatever it is for you specifically, like you said, it's all about maintaining that lead, trying to push as much as you can whilst keeping the car in its optimum level. That's easy, right?
When it comes to rain, it's a bit difficult for me, but we hopefully can manage to maintain the pace.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, we do hope that both you and Kifli will do the best that you can and bring the championship home, I guess.
Inshallah, Amin.
Right. Okay, Ayub, guys, back to you.
Thanks for that, Mio. Thanks, Ayub Azli. And good to be optimistic, I guess, and good to, you know, have the plan still in set. But right now, that plan is going absolutely nowhere, because the race has been stopped. Red flag conditions here at the Malaysia Championship Series Round 4, Race 2. The rain from that angle, and that's turn 4 and 5, where it all started, in fact, looks like it's still coming down heavy enough, though it is getting a little bit brighter. But right now, we have no further news as to what's going to happen. That's, as I said, that's looking a bit better. But just look how reflective the track is on the right of the screen.
Yeah, that's a rain-soaked track.
Yeah, that's not good for tires, even if it's wet tires as well.
I can hear the sort of frustration and pressure that's already building in Ayub Azli. You know, he was about to go in, and now he's just got to play the waiting game.
Well, and that's actually some of the SRO staff, and they were in charge of the GT World Challenge Asia that was easy. And of course, they had an absolutely bone-dry track. We actually saw some of the rubber that came off those GT cars just earlier, so I'm sure it's a big surprise to them as well that all of a sudden, if this had happened, what, just 20 minutes earlier, it would have been the end of their race.
Yeah, when we were walking in, they were just about to be done, and it was sweltering conditions.
Right, absolutely sweltering. At that point, I really did think that absolutely no chance it was going to rain. But I've been, you know, surprised by Sepang before, and I'm sure I'll be surprised by Sepang in the future as well. So 14 cars, still in good condition, considering it's looking a little bit lighter on the pit lane. And hopefully we'll be getting underway within the next 10-20 minutes. I mean, I, you know, cannot guarantee that at this point. So let's look back at the first half, because now there are two parts of this race. And let's look at what we did manage to get. And please, if you're watching, don't be shocked at how dry it all looks. Look at that. That's what I mean. That was just about half an hour ago, believe it or not. Bone dry track as the touring production cars came off SP1, and it was all nicely bunched up between the top three, getting into turn one. Anwar Avik was just willing to sit back there at the back of the touring production leading pack. We leave the top three of Kifli Othman, Jonathan Z, and Umar Abdullah to fight it out. This was the top three in SP1, Chow Tek Seong, Kenny Rata, and Jasmine Tan, Pisafan as well. And that was Shazul Hisham in the Empire M Racing Renault Clio, and Hishamuddin from Jebon de Dhaka Motorsport coming through. That's when things started to get dry, and well, within the space of one lap, and that was lap 11, you had half the circuit doused in water and the other half dry before, well, the heavens really opened up. And fairness to the competitors, for they did try to at least keep it up at this point. Lap times were dropping off by about 7 or 8 seconds.
I have to admit, it had been an exceptional, entertaining 11 laps while we had those cars on track. This was one of the most interesting battles between.
This was pushing it though.
Yeah,
to go and try those moves in this rain on turn 1 and turn 2. Now this was the safety car that came out about. Well, the cars were stopped obviously. They were pulled into formation and they were asked to park up on the front wall of the pit lane. And since then, the safety car has been running its own tests in terms of the moisture on track, but I mean, I'll just sum that up for you. It is too much moisture on the track right now, and all teams and managers, yes, the birds are out feeding.
They're having a great time.
And that is a good indication, as I said, because they are great, avid motorsport fans, and they want to see, well, more birds are out now as well. Someone once told me, if you see the birds out, then it's not that bad, and if they start singing, then it stopped raining.
Well, we haven't heard them.
Yeah, we can't hear them right now. It's but it is a good sign to see them out there, because they're not stupid. They just run around like that. They just fly around like that.
It's playground time, right?
If there is, I mean, to them, there's all sorts of earthworms and stuff coming up out of the ground right now, so it's worth getting the feathers wet. But birds, like cats, they don't like getting their feathers wet. They don't like getting their fur wet. So looking a little bit better here.
Yeah, I have to say, it's looking better. Even the track seems dry.
Seems a bit dry
from where we are seated.
Well, I mean, looking at in terms of that, there's the surface moisture as well. Well, if a bird can fly, then that means there's not many raindrops. Look at that; it's doing a really good job I noticed it landed really quickly as well. But if the cars do get out racing again, then as I said, they will cut their own racing line. And with each car coming through and spreading out the moisture, if you stick to that line, then you should be able to get at least a lap completed. I'm not saying it's going to be a fast lap. I'm not saying it's going to be a lap that's going to win you the race. But it's a lap that, at least at this point, will see us continue the race. Now, as we know it, up here in the commentary box, the team managers and the team drivers have been called for a briefing at the media center. That's in that white building there on the middle of your screen. And I'm sure that news is going to come up very soon.
In your 7 years of commentating, Jeff, how many times have you been in this situation where there have been stoppages for rain?
At least 10 times, I think. And that's off, if you think about it, there's 6 races a year or 8 races a year. So to 10 times over 7 years is about right, with the worst one being where they literally had to stop for about an hour and a half. And I'm not kidding. There's the fans there see themselves getting on the big screen. Yes, it's great to see you. It's great. Thanks for coming up as well. Sorry for the weather.
Yeah, it's great,
What can we do about that?
great to have some support up here, especially during the finale. It marks a great end for this whole season. And even when we were walking in, there was a festival-like atmosphere.
It's been really packed today, actually. And
Yeah.
I don't think that's just from the GT World Challenge Asia Caterham Cup and things like that happening as well. In fact, let me just get you an idea of some of the other things that are happening this weekend. Yes. Well, while I get that done, we'll be back after this break, and hopefully we'll have more news for you.
Isn't over. The fight is just beginning. You can break physically, you can break mentally, you can break your heart, you can break your spirit, and all of those are gonna leave a mark. But the mark that they leave can be the mark of victory or it can be the mark of defeat.
Nerves of steel needed in sizzling conditions. It's time to seize the moment in Sepang. It's time to race in MotoGP.
The battle's coming now. The fury shakes the ground. I've come to take my crown. I'm rising up, my heart is pounding, ready and not the clock is counting. This is
what you walk through, no matter how many times you fail, there is within you a spirit that is greater than whatever is going on around you.
If you would be willing to fight your way through this battle, fight your way through it, I'm telling you, at the end of the fight is going to come victory.
Because the victory is mine.
Malaysia, 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 Malaysia. Kasih gegar, kasih gegar. Jom ke Sepang, kasih gegar.
Yokohama. So, welcome back. Well, I say welcome back. It's exactly. So, I've heard that there is going to be a decision coming up soon as to what's happening here at the Malaysia Championship Series Round 4, Touring Production SP1 Race 2. The safety car looking in much better spirits as it gets around the track this time, doing a quick check on surface moisture in that Supra.
Yeah, the weather seems to have cleared up a little bit. Clearer skies, not so much of moisture on the track.
And then turn 4 and turn 5 looking much, much better as well. Well, if they can restart the race under wet race conditions, then they will do. But this is case B in terms of stopping or red flag stoppages. And one of the most extreme ones, if it is down to the weather, they have to just check to see. The drainage would have kicked in now on the circuit. That's looking much, much better in terms of traction. That's also looking much, much better as well. Well, if it's got back down to a light drizzle, then I think they might feel good enough. And so what will happen now, the first 11 laps has been deemed, or will be deemed, the first part of this race. And the second part, well, the laps, the amount of laps will definitely be 2 laps less than what was left, but it could be up to race controllers to exactly how much racing they need to do. I'm expecting, to be honest, at least 20 to come out of it, because that would mean that you're over 60% of the race. And that's how it's gauged and talked about anyway. But we still haven't got any concrete information yet. As we know it, the drivers and the managers in a briefing right now. And the cars, as you can see, in the fast lane of the pits, just next to the blending lane. 3 lanes in the pits. The work lane, that's where the mechanics are. The red strip in the middle is the blending lane, and the strip where the cars are is the fast lane. So while we've got the time, of course, just a reminder, do get onto the official website, www.sepangcircuit.com, and check out the Petronas Grand Prix of Malaysia happening on the 10th, 12th of November. 163,567 people turned up in 2022. It is a huge, huge event, packed to the rafters. And if you want to be one of those people, go check out the packages on the website. And while you're there, also check out the SIC Open Track Day. Hopefully, when you bring your car up, it's not raining like it has been today, because that's not going to lead to a good fast time for you anyway. But the memory is brilliant, I'll tell you that, Nick, to be on this track after you've seen it for so many years. I said I got on there on a Formula 4 car. Blew my mind. I've still got the GoPro with it as well. Absolutely unbelievable. That was the Pilot Sport experience. Now, I have heard that the 5-minute board will be displayed in 2 minutes. That is the closest we've got to saying officially that the race is going to restart. because the 5-minute board usually kicks off like dominoes all of the other boards. And that's what you have to understand. It will be almost a completely new race. Seeing as how the first 11 laps were dry, this is going to be wet. It is now going to favor the drivers that are best in wet. I can tell you Keith Hoffman is very good. He's going to still be in that car for city racing as well. But good to have something happening. You can see a little bit of bustle happening in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, some activity going on. I think we can expect the drivers to be coming back to their cars pretty soon.
Well, if it's based on, well, the safety car's now pulling up just behind. So this is good activity, I can tell you. And for the fans, as you can see, who have braved it out on the right of your screen. And this is wonderful. Safety car's going to take its position at the front. There is the 5-minute board. And that is, well, I don't think those are the primary drivers. I think those are the engineers that are going to go and just start the cars up, possibly. I can see drivers now moving towards their cars. This is great stuff. This is
round 2. Comment.
Well, this is the wonderful thing about being a commentator, because sometimes you get to commentate on action, sometimes you get to commentate on races, sometimes you get to commentate on the every second counts, and that's what we're doing right now. And hopefully this information is traveling out to everybody that's still on the live stream. Thanks for staying with us. Do keep your comments coming in on the comment section as well. We want to hear what you think about the rain in Malaysia. That's all we want to hear about. Because your experiences of it, especially motoring experiences.
How many races have you watched that have been resulted in rain?
Yeah. Well, these guys are coming out right now apparently just to wipe the windscreens. No tweaking to the cars, no changes to the cars. And what's really interesting for me is no changes to the tires. So I'm guessing that most of these cars would have started off on a moderate wet tire anyway, because maybe they did think, unlike us, that there was the outside chance of rain. I think the biggest factor here is the amount of rain that's coming, because if it is just a drizzle, then these cars are pretty hardy and they can come out. So at this 5-minute board, as you can see, the windows are being cleaned.
And also taking account the conditions of the tracks. Like when the last time the safety car was on, we didn't see as much of a puddle as before, and it seemed from here that the rain has almost come to a stop.
Almost, yes. Yeah. There's the umbrella out there. That's one indicator that it hasn't. There's a hood over there on the left as well. But yes, you could see the wheels of the Supra. That's to me. It didn't look so much like a boat anymore, and it looked like an actual car. There was a little bit of kickback. Now that is a driver. That is an absolute driver. There's no way that engineers can look at that. Drivers are now rushing towards their cars. Now, I don't know who that is. I think that's getting in after that might be Peace Out Fun that's getting into the car. It is. Peace Out Fun's one of the first drivers that's in the car, looking for the unmistakable yellow and black fire suit of Johnny Z. He should be coming out from the left of your screen at some point. In fact, I was wrong. There he is. He's coming out from the top of your screen now. 2-minute board.
There's plenty of hustle and bustle.
Isn't it amazing?
And this is the perfect warm-up for them, to
well,
start
I mean,
off.
this is looking like the start of a Le Mans race, when everyone has to run to their cars.
Burn into a slow jog before you start your warm-up session. It's warm-up before the warm-up.
What I don't understand is if you've been sitting there waiting to get in this car, how can you be late? I don't understand it.
You have to understand, Jeff, they came from a team briefing, right? So they're probably on top. They had to took some time to get from the team briefing.
You're talking about physical fitness. That's what it is.
Yeah,
so I don't think anyone expected that extra run. That is Johnny Z, and it ran all the way back from there as well, getting into his car now, the Scuba 17. Keith Hoffman. So driver change will not be happening, even though technically we are way past the 12th lap in terms of timing. It is still 11th lap. That's it. So The pit window will still open 1 lap after this. I'm guessing, based on the fact we've just seen a 5-minute board, that we're going to keep to the race schedule, and therefore there will be another 43 laps of this race, and it should still include 2 5-minute compulsory pit stops as well. So Peace Alpine is now in the car. Now what this means is that these drivers you're seeing in the car now are going to have to get out, go and do 1 lap, and then give the car to their other driver. Because that's when they were supposed to. Barrett Sim, in that case, being the driver that's
So it's
gonna
pretty
get
much
in
picking
there.
up from where they left off earlier. It's nothing has changed apart from the fact that we've stopped for half an hour.
You're not
due
allowed
the
to,
rain.
yeah, you're absolutely not allowed to change anything in situations like this. Lights are on, so it is very much bordering towards a wet race. It hasn't actually officially been declared a wet race yet. I'm sure that determination will come out a little bit later on as well. Windscreen wipers are on, and that looks like Imran Rafi. Yes, it is. Well, they did say it in the interviews at the start of the race that nobody knows what's going to happen for the 54 laps. I, as you very well pointed out, Nick, have been here for 7.5 years. So I
You've
know.
seen it all. You've seen it all.
No, I've seen the race format change into something else, and that's what it is. And the people that are in charge of that and have made that decision have done it for a specific reason, obviously. But it's incredible the way you can have a dry race. They analyze what's going on, they see the danger, they stop that race, and then they restart the next part of the race in much safer conditions. And in this case, of course, it was simple enough. That is the klaxon, and that is a great thing to hear because it means that the pit lane, the fast lane is open, cars back out on track now. And look at that drainage on this. The asphalt on this track has done a great job. The weather has cleared up for sure. Still a little bit of drizzle. But look at that. There is actually a dry enough line that is drying out right down the middle. As I said, as the cars go round, then the traction and the grip from their own Yokohama Advan tires, the AO50s, are going to clear even more of a path. So it's going to be a tighter race. We did say at the beginning that it was going to be an open track because there's only 14 cars on track. But now you can only use the middle third of the racetrack. So it is actually a lot smaller for them to do. Nobody is going to want to take a wide line. Nobody's going to want to cut in drastically on the inside, which you can do, say, up here at turn 5 as well, because you're going to have to follow the tread marks made from the car ahead of you. And you're also, lap times, I'm thinking 2:34, 2:35. I don't think anyone's going to be pushing.
It'll be quite challenging for them to try and replicate.
I think at 2:32,
the first 11 laps.
2:32 is going to be the fastest you can get, and even that would be in about 10 laps. Once there is a dry enough part, you can still see here as the safety car goes past. You see that little lake? You see how there's a little bit of a, and they're all avoiding it. That's how narrow that track has just become, because they can't use that part of the track anymore in terms of attacking, because if not, you're just going to be into the barriers. Now, once again, this was one of the wettest parts of the track.
So they've got lesser usage of the track. They've got
They got less options. They got less options.
Less options. They've got a pit lane that's coming up in 1 lap. And so all of this is going to be contributing to the next outcome of the race in the next 15,
I mean, that still
15
remains.
minutes, half an hour.
That still remains. Whoever wins this race wins the championship. It's as simple as that.
Definitely.
In touring production and SP1. So now that these new conditions have turned up, now that these new environmental factors have come into play, that's a classic example right there. Look at the track just split in the middle. There's the dark gray and then there's the wet. So that track around that corner has essentially been shrunk to half its size. And as the racing line dries up, it'll be just the racing line. You can just see it there as they go around the corner. Those tread marks, that's where you got to stay. Anyone that veers off that is going to be in trouble, and that's why they've cut the options down. So for someone like Keith Othman, who's out front, this is great, Because he is going to just follow those markers around and try and put in the fastest lap. For Jonathan Z behind him, he's got to push, but still stay behind Keithley. That's going to be a big problem, because Johnny is one of these drivers that loves to weave around and kind of keep you guessing as to whether he's going to try on the inside or the outside. It doesn't happen anymore. I don't think that's going to be allowed. Smart play also by our engineering and Anwar Avik to sit back for those first 11 laps, because he wasn't pushing. Remember, he did have to retire in round 3.
Yeah, his stance was pretty solid, you know, in the fact that he said he was just going to be observing, and that's what he did. He lost a bit of time from the top 3, but he could work to his advantage after this.
So I'm sure there's going to be one more lap with the safety car for sure, and then after that So that's it. We've actually had confirmation. It is going to be 42 laps after this lap, when I'm expecting the safety car to come in. This lap counts, of course, so it's going to be 42 laps once it turns green. And that's great news for you race fans who are watching, because the race has not been shunted down. That is a slight break from protocol and regulations, because it should really be 40 laps with 2 taken off. But I think they've probably determined that the storm wasn't long enough, and situations are dry enough, at least now. And the other thing is, of course, that there wasn't an accident that was caused in the 11th lap.
Yeah, it's just
if that rainstorm had pushed even one car off on turn 15, then I think there would have been a severe or a significant reduction in terms of laps. So the safety car is having an absolute breeze right now, as you can see. It's looking absolutely beautiful as it comes around turn 5. And here is our top 3 for touring production, top 4 in fact. Chao Tek-seong there in 5th overall is also topping SP1. Kenny Rata behind him. Bit of water there at the back of the Supra, but generally looking dry enough. If I'm right, that's turn 7 and 8. Yes, it is. And look at the trees, by the way, in the background.
Yeah,
all
nice
good,
and not
still.
winding. Nice.
For anyone that's traveling to Malaysia, and it's a wonderful, wonderful country to travel to, of course, just remember these little tips and tricks from 2 residents sitting here in the commentary box. Right, if you see those trees moving, get back to your hotel. That's basically, that's the rule of thumb. Things looking a little bit dry here now. And at this time of the year, and in this part of the world on the equator, while squalls, which is what this is, a very short and heavy storm, are still looking a little bit wet down at 9 and 10. As I said, this is one area of the track where water really does collect. So safety car, as you can see, now confirmed to be coming in this lap. So we can thank our lucky stars, Nick, that as quickly and as suddenly nature has come down and shown us that racing can stop. Well, it looks like just as quickly racing can restart, albeit with
yes, and we're back to the same scenario we saw in the first
11
I can't
wait. I'm actually up off my seat and I'm walking around because I can't wait. If there's one thing when you come to a race weekend that you want to see, it's this. Okay, the last thing you want to see is, and that's no disrespect to them, is all the birds feeding off track, because it's great to see that happening. And once again, another indicator, those birds were right. And they are not usually wrong. So here we go. Safety car will be coming in now at the edge of this straight, the tip of it. Right now, in fact, thank you, safety car, for all of the wonderful work that you always do up at Sepang. And you've done it again. Safety car is in. Cars approaching turn 15. Are you ready to go, Nick?
Yes, let's go.
Right, now I'm interested. I'm really fast. Oh, look at that.
Johnny Z
is straight in the pits. Tawin Anwar is straight in the pits. The pit window is open because it is the 12th lap. Wow. That's brilliant stuff. I wonder if they're going to be putting wet tires on. Probably, in fact. But that's not the case for Kifli Othman and Umar Abdullah, that are now the top 2 in touring production. That means Johnny Z in the pits, yes. Anwar Avik in the pits as well. That Imran Wafi and Shazul Hisham have moved up to 3rd and 4th. Good entry into turn 1. We're going to have to watch these corners to see exactly how much moisture is on this track. 41 laps to go, as you can see in the top left of your screen. That's Imran Wafi on the outside. Now, I wonder, remember that Anwar Avik is a solo driver and Jonathan Z is a solo driver. I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that they both rushed straight into the pits.
Yeah, and there's also a change of strategy for Ayub Azli and Kifli Othman, because Kifli was supposed to take over.
That's right. Well, Kifli was supposed to hand over the car to Ayub.
To Ayub, yeah. And
I wonder
looks
now.
like they've changed that.
Well, I wonder if he's going to stay out now for a couple more laps because he had an extended rest. I mean, the racing rules up in Sepang, and these aren't affected, by the way, by a stoppage of race, is every driver is only allowed to drive for 40 minutes per hour. So if you calculate it up,
So he still has it in the window to stay in the
technically
race.
speaking, he was out of that car and resting, so his stint should be longer now. Ayub should hopefully come in. Well, I mean, they might push this for another 2 or 3 laps, I think. Fuel-wise, remember, the car is going to have to come in anyway at about 17 or 18 max, or maybe even 20 max. So I'd like to see what Kifli can do. Oh, that's what happens. A little bit of moisture. That's Kifli Othman. That is out. Wow, wow, wow.
It's like a lot of smoke coming from the inside as well.
Pushed it. What was his last lap? His last lap was a 3:38. I think that's still on full course yellow. That car is not looking in good order at all, and that is Kifli walking away, and he's experienced enough to know when that is done and dusted. So, gamble. They took a gamble.
And we have a new leader now. Car number 86.
Well, that's going to change the outlook for the championship proceedings. And yes, it is the Delta Garage 86, the Abdullah brothers, Umar Abdullah in there right now, who have moved up. So Indonesian leader of the Malaysia Championship Series. Might be headlines about that somewhere. I'll tell
Changed
you.
in an instant.
Changed, and you know what? It might be a Singaporean leader in the Malaysia Championship Series. Well, be headlines about that too.
In the first 2 laps, we've already had so much of drama. Johnny Z and Tawhid Anwar going into the pit.
Lim Jin Guan is also in the pits now for SP1. Hishamuddin is also in the pits as well. Those are the 5 cars that are in the pits. Pisar Fan has joined them. So I'm expecting Baron Sim to get into that car. Baron Sim is a red hot faster. That is the car. That is the driver change, in fact. So Pisar Fan is out. Baron Sim is going to get in as that's a good shot of the refueling truck as well. Only official authorized refueling rigs allowed for the MCS, and only 2 engineers are allowed to operate that refueling rig. No other mechanics or engineers are allowed around the car. Only those 2. Everybody else has to stand behind the red line. These are fueling regulations.
Quite a number of cars in pit already.
There
Looks
is
like
Baron Sim.
that rain stoppage has influenced the strategy for a lot of these drivers to come in and pit as early as possible.
Well, there has been no joy from City Racing, I can tell you. That car is still out in the dirt and is not coming back. So I think Ayub Azli is not going to be getting a drive today.
Yeah,
he looked like he was so waiting for it.
Yeah, he
as
was
well.
really anticipating
Absolutely.
to come on as fast as possible.
You were
and
talking about frustrating times. That is a frustrating time for a young driver. So that is the number 13 car. That's Umeda, Shinsuke Umeda from R-Works Rios. That should still be Ken Urata being chased by Jesmond Tan. That's 2nd and 3rd. So looking back at the replay, that looks like a straight up engine blow. I think he's pushed that too far coming off the start, and that is guaranteed the end of that car. That is not coming back, because you're going to have to get it to the pits. You're going to have to get deep inside that car to find out what's gone on, and he's lost all of his power off as well. So look at this. This is exodus from the pit lane. These are the 4 cars that went in. Now, this might just be Jonathan Z's moment, because he's come out with a fresh car. I'm sure he's got wetter
come out with
tires.
a fresh car and he doesn't have
fresh tires, and he now doesn't have city racing to deal
Exactly.
with.
He's got a fresh challenge to just catch up to Umar Abdullah. But what a blow for Kifli Othman, because he crashed out in the last race as well.
You know, one of the things that I think is really significant there is the fact that you got to look at the process and the sequence of events. He was running that car at 229.775. Okay, so he really fast. Everything is heating up in that car. You've got the tires heating up, you've got the engine heating up, pushing it to the max. Then it sits in the rain for 20 minutes.
Yeah, and then it comes back out.
And it comes back up, and he puts it into full throttle, and that looks like what has pushed the engine and blown it. And that's what, you know, we were talking to Tawad Anwar about it before the race. Maintaining these cars is so different from maintaining an F1 car or maintaining one of these, I like to think of as computerized cars, because you've got 15 computers telling you what's happening with the car, and you can make the changes. This is far more about man and machine, and in this case, I think he's pushed it a little bit too quickly after it was sitting out in the rain for half an hour, but that has left things wide open in terms of touring production. How about that for a battle? You wanted a battle. Ken Urata currently fending off Jesmond Tan. That's third and fourth overall, and by the looks of it, it's actually third and third because they're right next to each other. Look at the Ken Urata.
This is the Ken Urata you always speak of.
This is the Ken Urata I'm always speaking of. He doesn't care if there's 5 cars behind him. He will hold them all off. He's a brick wall if he gets the way he wants. Brilliant defensive driver. They're all having a look on the inside. That's Shazul Hisham. That should be, well, having a look. Nobody's going to be brave enough to take it on the inside. As I told you, you can't get off that line anymore.
And Ken Urata also coming into this race on great form as well. He was on podium at the last race. And I think he spoke about, racing management and just holding his ground. And this is exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, that's what he does. I said he's almost a naturalized Malaysian, Ken Urata. He's been racing in the MCS for so long. That's Shazul Hisham that's just gone past him with a very nice move on the inside and a very risky move as well. This is Tawhid Anwar ahead of Umar Abdullah, which means this is 1 and 2. I have a funny feeling, unless he's come out. No, Anwar's on his out lap, so he's not. That is our leader there, the 86 car, Delta Garage.
With the fastest lap as of now, 2:41.
Oh, that's actually pretty fast. I wouldn't have expected it to be.
About 200th of a second faster than Chow Teck Siong, who has made his way into second place.
Well, he's 3.2 seconds off. He's basically, everyone else is on 2:44. So right now, this is a very fast lap because he's the only car that's on 2:41 at the moment. The only car's lapping under 2:42. Shinsuke Maeda is now going to pass the driving baton on to Suke. Well, his partner, Suke Nakamura. A lot of Japanese drivers, actually, involved in Sepang.
That's a great representation of
well, if you think about it, because
the drivers that have come throughout and supported throughout.
They
right?
love driving on this circuit because don't forget that Japan has incredible circuits. Suzuki, Fuji, they've got amazing circuits. So it's not a question of they can't race in Japan, but they just love racing down at Sepang. So looking at turn 5 now, that is Chow Teck Siong leading SP1, currently second overall. That's Shazul Hisham. Ken Urata now behind him. So that is second and third. And also Chow Teck Siong, of course, leading SP1, as I said. So Shazul in second. We were talking about how his personal best would be to get second place in this race.
And upset the odds.
That's upset the odds in a Renault Clio as well. And that's we've seen some
driving without as much pressure as the rest. Shazul Hisham.
Good car, Renault Clio. That's what I have to say. We've seen a lot of different makes, but generally speaking, things have stuck in touring production to the very, very useful and reliable chassis that is the Honda Civic FD2R. And everywhere you go around the world and you watch touring cars, that car, the Honda Civic FD2R, is one of the most all-rounded best cars in the world. That's
and
why
you
see so many of them.
So often on the roads as well.
So yeah, we've had a Mercedes AMG that was here, an A50 that was from SD Wangan Racing Team, and we've had Toyotas. We've had a lot of different Toyotas as well.
Yep.
But generally speaking, over the years, Honda FD2R is one of the most successful cars I've seen in terms of getting those fast lap times. So the racing line is now beginning to drop off. It's been 5 laps since we restarted for part 2. If you've just joined us here for the Malaysia Championship Series round 4, well, you've joined us for the best bit, because we just had to watch birds for half an hour as the rain really came down. It's bucketing it down. That's where all that surface moisture has come from. Now the car's getting a bit more up to speed, but still a good 12-15 seconds off the race pace we saw at the beginning. That is Imran Wafi, our current touring production leader, into the pits. A little bit later than his peers. Tawad Anwar already in the pits, as you can see. Now, hold on a second. Isn't that his second pit stop?
Yeah, it is.
That is his second pit stop. I wonder if he's trying to get them out the way now.
Just like what we saw yesterday.
Just what we saw yesterday
with
might be
Mitchell.
it. He's getting cooled down, as I see. There's no work being done on the car, so it might literally be getting both of those out the way, because he's already put 2 in, and he's at 3 minutes of his pit stop right now. Marbo Racing have also put 2 in. Now I wonder if that's what he's going to do, because all he has to do after this pit in about 1.5 minutes is just drive for the next 37 laps. Might just come out on top.
Yeah, well, Tawid Anwar was in 4th place. He's got quite a bit of making up to do, but if he gets both of these out of the way, and with the others yet to pit, it could be giving him a chance to get his way on top.
Right now he's 14 laps and leaders on 17 laps. So if you take roughly 2 minutes 30 for each lap, he's about 6, maybe 7 minutes behind Umar Abdullah. If he's got both of his pit stops in and he just drives at a decent pace, then when Umar comes in for his second stop, then that 5 minutes is going to really be where he can really kind of look at this traffic jam up at turn 9. Wow. So good strategy, perhaps. We saw it work for Mitchell Chai yesterday in the MTC race 1.
What's great is that we've not really seen any isolation drive, because we've just started as well. So it's been fantastic. We've had a lot of these mini battles going on.
Amazing, considering that there's only 14 cars on the grid. But you're right. In the end, you've got to be realistic, and you've got to look at the big things. Now, looking at this, that's Johnny Z up front. That's Chao Tek Seong in second. Now, Johnny Z is still on 15 laps, so he's actually 2 laps behind Chao Tek Seong, who's on 17 laps. That's the kind of situation when that's actually not even Johnny Z. That's his teammate that's outfoxed me again. They need to paint these cars a little bit differently than just having a purple top on there. That's Lim Jin Guang in SP1 7th position at the moment, and currently being lapped by our leaders. Chao Tek Seong has just come into the pits.
So we will have a new SP1 leader.
Yep, and it'll be Ken Hirata, believe it or not, unless he's come in. No, I don't think he has.
He's not come in yet.
So remember, right, well, Anwar Avik has put in a 5:02. That was definitely his second stop. He is completely clear in terms of pit stops now, and just has to make up these laps, and 2 laps, and then he can really start pushing. So I think what he's thinking is that it's by the time he finishes those extra laps that he's got to get through, that things are going to be a lot drier, and then he could maybe put in the fastest lap, because that's coming.
Yeah, there's no more distractions of needing to pit anymore, and so he can just focus on getting consistent laps in.
That's right.
With 36 to go.
And I think that's a very, very, as you can just see at the left of your screen, all of those drivers, Imran, Johnny Z, Anwar, plus 2 laps, plus 3 laps, plus 4 laps, that's what they've got to come out. Of course, Ayub and Keefley, well, that's just going to keep getting higher, because that car has stopped. The only DNF that we've seen so far, and that was roughly about, well, 13 laps completed. So
Ken Hirata continues to make a headwind, Jeef. You know, he's really got stuck in there, and
he's got past Shazul again, which is great, because Shazul Hisham was ahead,
and now it's all about, you know, giving it to his teammate in the most prime position, and he's on course to do that.
Yeah, you got to hand over well, and a car that's in good position on track and is also in a good situation in terms of driving. Sadly, there's just nothing you can do about the weather. You can't hand the sunshine. That's Shazul trying again on the inside. Look at the way Ken Hirata pulls over, cuts that line off. There's no way he's getting past now.
But this strategy of pitting in quick succession is not out of the blue, not out of the ordinary.
I've never seen it before. I'll tell you that. This is the first weekend I've seen that happening.
We saw it yesterday with Mitchell Chia and it moved to perfection. Today I think it's a bit more understandable because of the rain and drivers wanting to get it out of the way, but also ensuring that they have enough fuel and the car is in good position for them to finish
it is a gamble because, as I said,
gamble, yes.
you can still come in for a third pit stop. There's absolutely no rules against that. The rules are you have to do 2 compulsory pit stops. Your voluntary stops can be as many as you like, but remember that when you come in for a splash and dash, and that third pit stop doesn't have to be 5 minutes. That's the important thing. You can come in just for fuel later on if you need to, but if you're happy with the car setup, and as I know it, that FD2R from our engineering is one of the most solid cars on track and has been for a while.
Which is well equipped to handle just 2 pit stops.
Yeah, exactly. And if you can do it on 3, or you can do it on 2, then even better. Look at this. Ken Hirata is keeping 2 cars at bay.
We got to have a separate interview with Ken and ask him how he does he do it? How does he expertly do it?
How does he suddenly make his car?
And not just one car, he does it with multiple cars.
How does he suddenly make his car 7 foot wide? Because that's what he's done at turn 2. Chow Taek Seong is now just, I'm sure, wrapping up his 5-minute stop. Well, he's got another minute on that to go. Jesmond Tan is also in the pits as well. Just started, in fact, so he's got a full 4.5 minutes to wait. And I'm telling you that when you're in that car and you're doing a 5-minute stop, it must feel like an eternity, because that is essentially 2 laps at this speed. Shazul Isham still all over the back of Ken Hirata. Ken Hirata is still giving absolutely nothing away in terms of racing line.
Ken Hirata finished as champion and as runner-up in his
that was a great year for him.
The last race. So he's also having a lot of confidence, and I think at this point it's just about maintaining this.
Yeah, Shazul looking again on the inside of turn 9. He's been really poking around the back of that Honda.
Shazul has done really well for himself to sort of
Shazul
really upset the odds.
So far, he's done really well.
We spoke about riding without, rather driving without so much of pressure, and I think this is driving without pressure. You're not contending for the championship, but you're really focusing on giving your best and trying to finish as high and as getting as much points as possible. And when you drive without pressure, this is probably the outcome. You probably get your best drive in.
I think so. And also, as we pointed out yesterday, this is the last race between now and the Sepang 1,000 kilometer race, which is happening on November the 20th. So they'll have about a month and a half to just put the finishing touches on this. But really, this being a 3-hour race is 1/3 of what the Sepang 1,000 kilometer race is. So it is your best possible indicator as to what your car is going to be like in terms of the endurance package, in terms of
the perfect testing ground, isn't it?
And when I say endurance, it's going to be an endurance package because you're running the car for an hour and you're looking to see how many of those perfect hours you can recycle and recreate every time, with a maximum of 10, obviously, or 9 or 10. That's going to be an infringement for Ken. You're not allowed to do that.
So, well, the report card on Ken Hirata will read really great.
Fantastic.
He's done the best he can before Masahiko Ida takes over.
Masahiko Ida is good. I don't put him in the same class as Ken. I think Ken's going to be the stronger driver there. So Umar Abdullah, meanwhile, sneaking his way to a win possibly on 20 laps and is out front by 27 seconds. And that's when Ken Hirata went into the pits. So this is the car that everyone else now has to catch and beat.
He has
He's done really well.
He's going at least 9 seconds faster than the rest of the field.
Yeah, exactly. He's not only lapping 9 seconds faster, he's 27 seconds ahead. He has done nothing but stay with the pace. Remember, he was a second and third in the top 3, and then the top 2 decided to go for their big second pit stop. So Umar still has his second pit stop to make, but he is he's 3 laps ahead of. He's 2 laps ahead of Johnny Z, 3 laps ahead of Tawid Anwar.
But I wouldn't count Johnny Z out as of yet.
No.
We saw him make a late charge, and he's capable of really coming through the form towards the later stages of the race.
Well, it's going to be that.
Of him,
it's going to be that second stop for Delta Garage that's going to make all the difference. That's a 5-minute stop that blue car has to make. So this car in front of him, who he's about to lap for a 3rd time, that's when you're going to have to make up. 5-minute pit stop is 2 laps. You can scrub off there. So Johnny Z's at 18 laps right now. Umar's at 20 laps. That immediately equates to 5 minutes that, well, actually, I think Johnny might have to do his second stop, right? No, Johnny's done
1 already.
Johnny's done 1. He's going to do another one as well. It's Tawid Anwar that has done 2 stops.
Tawid Anwar has done 2.
And it really did look like the second one was just... Right, so basically, we've just heard that it's actually the race duration is going to be finished by the time and not active laps. So it is going to be, well, I said it's going to be the amount of time for a 3-hour race. So however many hours is, there's going to be some calculation there, but this is a very interesting development.
So give and take, I think we'll be done. We have another hour of racing left. If you're just looking at the schedule, right?
I'm guessing. I mean, it's all going to come down to race control. But if it is by time, and this race was scheduled to stop at
so then
4 o'clock
on our
there you
screens.
go. There you go. Yeah. So it's 1 hour and 9 and 8 minutes left. Thanks for that, race control, because it's going to get a little bit confusing.
We're going to be playing the guessing game.
We try and do as much as we can with your determinations to come out, but I was really a bit lost there. So thank you for the time in the top left of your corner. 1 hour and 8 minutes left. In that time, all of the remaining pit stops, the compulsory 5-minute pit stops, have to be made. So what you're looking at, essentially, is another 21 laps. What you're looking at is a 43-lap race. Because based on the timings that we've got, that is essentially an extra round. So a lot of changes here at round 4, race 2, but race control have deemed it about right, and that does seem about right in terms of, from up here we can talk about fairness, but we don't have all the factors to know exactly why that came about.
Yeah.
But it is one of the options that they have. They could have cut the laps down, or they could run it by time. So 1 hour and 7 minutes left to go. That is Johnny Z. That is Umar Abdullah, Ken Urata, and Shazul Isham, both in the pits now. So that everyone has done 2 pit stops, except Tawid Anwar, who's done 3. So everybody else is going to have to come in for a 5-minute stop. That means that Tawid Anwar, who's currently 3 laps off the pace, will be able to get those laps back. He'll have to pull back. Well, he'll have to race one of those laps to get through everybody else.
Yeah, Tawid Anwar still 3 laps behind, but he's
3
already
pit stops.
equipped to stay on track for the next 1
he'll
hour
stay.
and
That's
7
it.
minutes.
That's it. He just has to stay out and put in as fast a lap as possible. And the laps he's putting in now are 2:40 laps. In fact, though, that is the second fastest lap Tawid Anwar is putting in there.
Yeah.
2:48.66 by Johnny Z is the fastest lap right now, and he's put in a 2:49.22. So again, as we saw yesterday with Hayden Heikel and Mitchell Chia, the 2 fastest pace contenders will find their way through the group if they can keep this pace.
I think as a whole, we are seeing faster lap times from the field as we gradually move on, because from 2:43, it's slowly going down.
It is
41.
Yep.
It's also due to the track being
drying up. Yep.
Drying up.
The track is drying up, or at least that racing line is drying up enough.
And so I think for all the riders, it's just about trying to maintain the consistency, improving your lap times. Because if you're talking about duration, you have ample of duration. You have over an hour.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that's true. I think that they still have to keep an eye on maintaining the engines, because you just can't tell what these cars have been through now with all this extra moisture and the sudden change in temperatures and tire grip as well. But I think that obviously in these pit stops, wetter tires have been put on, and they're getting a lot more grip now, as you can see, less spray coming off the back. 2:28.775, that was a long time ago. But right now, it's a simple order of play, which is if Johnny Z and Tawad Anwar can keep lapping at 2:40, which is what they're doing right now, then as you can see from the difference that we've got here, oh, somebody is out.
No, that is Kenurata.
That is not, no, that's not Kenurata. That is
Masahiko Hida.
That's Azmi Omar. In fact, that's Mohammed Iskander. That's Marbo Racing, 155.
155.
There you go. Yeah, I knew that wasn't Kenurata's. Red and white car was Kenurata's paint scheme. So I suppose that's a good place to go out. That was Umar Abdullah coming in for his second stop. Now, right, well, this is interesting because that's the race leader. You can see there he is, and this has to be a 5-minute stop. He's going to try and get it out the way, and of course he's the only one on 22 laps, and he's actually 5 minutes and 20 seconds ahead of Johnny Z.
And so now we will see
He's
Johnny
a 5-minute pit stop, and he's 5:20 ahead.
It'll be very interesting to see if Jonathan
can
actually assume pole position.
If all goes well, in 5 minutes, as Umar Abdullah or Avan Abdullah comes out of that pit lane, Johnny Z should be at the end of the straight. And that really will set him up, I'll tell you that, because Johnny is then going to go full power as much as he can. He is lapping, as you can see, 9 seconds faster than Umar Abdullah. So he was already catching him up.
Yeah, indeed. He's maintained that 240 lap time quite consistently.
Yeah, part 2, we have a new 2:39.470. Tawad Anwar has just broken the 240 barrier. He's now the fastest car. And this was Marbo Racing, as you can see, just lost it. Coming out of turn 15, was very lucky to control that, actually. And also took foot off the gas, so it didn't start spinning around. Let it roll back nicely and a little bit off the racing line. So, as I said, that part of the track is now unusable anyway, because a lot more people they're not going to go. You can actually see the different patches on the track surface as to what's a little bit moist and what isn't now. And you've just got to avoid those. The safest thing to do for all these drivers right now is to just stick to the racing line like glue. Meanwhile, this is 2 minutes into our, well, still our leader, Delta Garage. Johnny Z closing in.
Working on those tires really important for the Delta Garage car. Because the last time it was a tire blowout that
I'm actually thinking that might be their first stop.
You might be right. We did not see them go in before this.
It might be their first stop because I think our pit sensors have logged everyone as one when they came into the pit lane for the rain delay. So Anwar Avik is on 3 right now, which means he's put in an extra 2. I think there's going to be another 2 pit stops that have to be made. There is Johnny Z, and that's the first lap that he's clawed back. While the Umar Abdullah and the Delta Garage are in the pits. So now he has to race around these 15 corners. There you can see both the cars.
He's posting the fastest lap time as well, so he's doing really well to make up for lost ground.
He has to. He absolutely has to. If he wants a shot at this, he's now got to get around. That is Shazul Sham, Empire M Racing.
What happened, Shazul? He was doing so well earlier.
I told you, I've got nothing against Empire M Racing and no disrespect to them. But this I've seen happen a lot to this car over the season. Empire M Racing has to find some kind of solution to going off in gravel. So that is 3 minutes and 19. Can't go yet, Avan. You can't go yet. You got to wait another minute in that car before you can leave. Because the last thing you want to do, Nick, at this point is screw up your pit stop.
Yeah, definitely.
It just becomes null and void, and will then be tagged on with a drive-through penalty or a stop and go, which is even worse. That's Ken Urata's car. I see it's the red and white 55, and now of course it's Masahiko Ida in there. So that's currently 5th. We're still waiting. Good. They're just hitting 4 minutes now in terms of their pit stop. Now I'm thinking that might be their first stop, in which case it's Jonathan Z's. That was his first stop as well, and he's going to make another.
You're right, because just looking at our boards here, there are a couple of drivers that have already come in for their 3rd pit stop.
And that would be their second, because I think
that would be essentially
the
their second.
transponders would have picked up them being in the pits for the rain delay as stop 1. So
in that case, the only other 2 drivers who have come in twice to pit are Jasmine Tan
and Anwar.
And also Chow Tek Siong.
Oh, Chow Tek Siong's come in for 3. Yes, he has. He's come in for 3. This is his 3rd now, so that's too early.
So these are the guys that we wouldn't expect to see anymore in the pits.
That's too early. They're coming out too early. If I'm right, unless they cross the edge of the pit lane at 5 minutes.
Uma is coming out before the 5-minute mark, right? Just coming up to 5 minutes.
Still, I mean, I said if they're timing it just right, if that, it could say so. All right, he was in the pits for 5:03. That was actually well timed to take an extra 10 seconds to come out. So 5 minutes. That's Johnny Z. Is that Johnny Z that's come out behind him? It is, as I said, as soon as he comes out.
So it's a master stroke pit by Umar Abdullah.
It has got to the point now where I can predict what's going to happen on those laps. But Johnny Z is now, he should be just 17 or 20 seconds behind, or even 1 lap behind Avan Abdullah. But we'll find out the next time they cross the line. Meanwhile, this car is still up at the front for now. Well-timed stop in the end, 5:03. I thought you'd have to be stopped in your paddock for 5 minutes and then go, but it's actually, you have to stay in the pit lane for 5 minutes. So the crossing the pit line at the end of the pit lane is still okay. Now that looks like the 34 car back up and running again. Well done. They have got themselves back out of the gravel.
Looks more fiery than ever.
Yeah, so that should now be Sharizal, I think, in there.
Sharizal, yeah.
Yeah, because they've also done 2 stops, so Sharizal should be in there. Well done. I thought that car was gone. I honestly did. I think I've just seen it too many times. You can just see bits of sand still, bits of gravel still coming off it as he goes uphill. So, 57 minutes left now on the clock. I wonder if all of these competitors are going to get their stops in the 57-minute, because you don't obviously want to leave it, so you've got 2 stops to do in the last 10 minutes of the race. So we should be seeing more cars coming in right now.
Well, Johnny Z is still maintaining a very, very good lap time. He's dipping under 240, and he's been doing so for quite some time now.
Yep, only 2 cars under 240 now are Jonathan Z and Tawid Anwar. Tawid Anwar has pushed it even further, 238.654. That is the fastest we've seen in the second phase of racing for this round 4 so far. So both of them, it's pretty obvious what they're trying to do from now on. But of course, the added advantage is that Anwar Avik has already been in twice. He might be a couple laps
And
back.
that's the reason why he's not moved up the ranking so far, because
No.
he's got a lot of laps to still make up.
A lot of other people are going to have to come in and do their stops, and
Yeah.
then we'll see what he looks like closer to the end of this last hour of racing, the last 56
But
minutes
if he
of racing.
if he keeps this up, we could see him
Oh,
quite
easily,
high up. Yeah.
easily, yeah. No, he's definitely an outside bet right now. He's in 12th overall, 22 laps completed, and is clocked as being 4 minutes and 49 seconds behind our leader, which again
Has to
is
come in.
well at 2:38 laps. That's 2 laps. So essentially, he will catch that up in 2 laps. Avan Abdullah still has to come in this blue car for a 5-minute stop, which is 5 minutes. So if you're 4:49 behind in 5 minutes, you're going to come in for 5 minutes. Anwar is guaranteed going to catch this car for sure by the end of the 55 minutes.
If your prediction comes true, Jeff, we're going to have one heck of a race.
Yeah, we are. We're going to have a grandstand finish because that is the truth. Tawad Anwar is 4:49 behind this car. This car has to stop for another 5 minutes. There you go. It's actually really simple maths if you look at it, because, and then of course, if Tawad can still maintain the 2:38 that he's in now, and I can tell you from history that Honda Civic can do that, then yes, he's booked his spot at the finish line. Tawad Anwar. Avan Abdullah has booked it because he's in the lead right now and he needs to make a stop. Johnny Z has also booked it because his calculation is right. He's now 5 seconds behind the leader.
So we're looking at our podium finishes, provided the situation stays status quo.
As they say, yes, if everything stays equal, then that's what should happen. Johnny Z is in a prime position right now because he's 5 seconds behind Avan Abdullah, which means they both have to make stops. So he can literally time his stop based on Avan Abdullah. They're now tied together. The outside person we're looking at based on pace is Tawad Anwar, who's now still on a 2:38, and he just keeps cutting down the time he's behind. So we might not be able to see him in the background, but he's charging.
But he's
for
there,
sure.
yeah, he's there, and he's
Absolute
doing
charging.
really well for himself.
So that's what's happening in touring production, and currently our championship leader Imran Wafi is in 3rd. So, but he's on 24 laps. So Tawad's going to have to go past Imran as well. But Imran also has to make one more
pit.
stop.
In fact, most of the
Most of them,
competitors have
yeah,
to
ahead
make
of him.
another pit.
That's actually the most important factor now. The fact that everyone ahead of Tawad Anwar, who is of contention, has to make a 5-minute stop, and he doesn't.
And so the classifications that you're seeing on your top left-hand corner could rapidly change in the next 53 minutes.
Yep, and you know, we were actually just talking to him about that, about how it was a game changer yesterday. We may have even given him the idea to do that and come in and do his double
And I
stop.
guess we'll find out when he comes to speak with us after the race.
I think we'll probably next see him in S1K. I think he's going to be busy with the podium.
Yeah, we probably got to come in
him.
earlier to speak
So,
to him.
everyone watching, you're quite welcome to hold me to this, because I'm going to say now it's going to be Delta Garage, Scuba Racing, and R Engineering fighting it out in the last 10 minutes of this race. Everything else is going to
That's a
happen in the
bold
next 40
statement,
minutes.
Jivan. I'm going to hold you to that for
It
sure.
is. It is a bold statement, and I'm willing to run with it. I think it's based on the maths of it, and maths never lies. That's the thing in all aspects of life.
Except for when it rains.
Except when it rains. Nature and maths don't go well, but still, you can do maths while it rains. So maths continues on. 29, that is Imran Wafi. In fact, that's Lee Kum Sun that's now in that car. So Imran Wafi will get in after the second pit stop to finish off the race.
I think we've seen one of our fastest lap yet, Jonathan Z at 2:37.
Hey, that is, yeah, 2:37.825. Well. That is something Mitchell Chow would be proud of. That's in fact very close to the fastest lap that we saw yesterday at MTC. That was a 2:36.990, in fact, if I remember rightly. Has it got to that point where I can remember lap times from yesterday? Yeah, probably. Might be. But Johnny Z back on the power again. So this is not for position. That's the difference with this race and everybody else's race, is the fact that what you're seeing on the screen now is not for position. These cars are separated by laps, well, except for the blue one and the yellow one, because that's actually for position. Johnny Z is closed up to within a second. I just saw that, so that is completely for position. Johnny Z fighting for the lead.
Thanks to that 237, he's really close the gap.
Okay, so this is what I'm expecting Johnny Z to do. He's going to try and get past Delta Garage now. He's going to try and open up at least a 45-second lead, then go in for his pit stop.
45-second lead.
If he can. I said that's going to take at least 20 laps to do. Oh, now in this case, it's going to take 20 minutes to do, or at least 35 minutes to do, but then come in and do the final pit stop at the end when he's got a chance. And of course, everyone is going to be watching what our engineering is doing, because currently they are still lapping at 2:38.445. Consistency, lap in, lap out.
Indeed. And I think the Abdullah brothers, they're really consistent.
Yeah, they've done really well.
Especially coming in for Umar, he's also just taken over the reins seamlessly. But this is his biggest test right now. What you're seeing on screen, Johnny Z.
Yeah, he's got to defend
really
against
pushing
Johnny Z.
him.
Johnny Z is that track looking nice and dry now in terms of how he can attack it. But Johnny, once he gets there, he's like a Wolverine, really, just doesn't give up. It's just going to be all over the back of that bumper. You see how he's trying to show, is he going to go on the inside or the outside?
Yeah, he doesn't want to give away anything off.
Couldn't do that during the wet part of the race. Now he's got a little bit of leeway on the racing line that he can try for it. I think he's going to go through. I think he's going to go through based on the fact that he's lapping 2 seconds faster and looking bolder as well. So has another look on the inside, has another look on the outside. Oh, this wonderful defending by
Awan's kept it really
Awan,
cool,
yeah, he's done
really
Well.
composed.
So difficult to defend. You've just got to keep in the middle of the track. Have half of your car on the left of the racing line, half of your car on the right. And if it moves, you have to move with them. You have to anticipate where that chasing car is going to go.
So I think that's Johnny just letting up a little bit. He's going to go at it again, but
the last thing Johnny Z wants is to blow this engine or to clip the car.
Because that was quite intense,
Yeah, he was getting a bit close.
And maintaining it over a long distance is not going to be ideal for the engine.
Well, he's still lapping almost 2 seconds faster a lap. So if you think about the cars themselves, that yellow car or that gold car is looking to get through the blue car by 2 seconds.
Yeah,
it's because it's going faster and faster. Nice little burst from Awan there at the end of the
Awan has
straight.
also sped up. Awan, I think the competition,
Yes.
the intense pressure from Johnny Z has really sparked a fire in him. He's dropped to 238.
238.508. He's actually now faster than Johnny. That's the Jabon.
And as we predicted, Jeev, earlier, the lap times keep getting faster. We saw 237 now. Umeda as well.
Oh yeah, look at that.
237. So this is our second.
Rios with a 237 as well. Real indicators that the track is drying up in just the right places if you can start seeing more and more cars hitting that level. Still, we have 8 cars that need to come in the next 47 minutes for 5 minutes. It's
going to be a lot of activities.
A lot of activity, but also they have to time it as to when. If I were them, I would come in at 40 minutes left, maybe 35 minutes left. So 10 minutes from now, someone, although one of those 8 cars is going to have to come in. And the big one, of course, well, these 2 are the big ones, when they decide to come in for their final stop. But they're going to have to. Johnny Z, remember, was 2 laps behind this car. Well, it's amazing that this weekend has come down to pit stops. It's come down to pit strategies, and it's come down to when you do them as well. It's not a question of making the compulsory time, and I can say that with the exception of Kifli Othman and City Racing, everyone else has stayed in the pits for the amount of time they're supposed to stay in the pits. By the way, Kifli Othman City Racing, 38 minutes in the pits.
So just going to give an indication of the standings based on these classifications right
You're
now.
a brave man. You're a brave man. Go on then.
So if Johnny Z ends up in second place, he'll be picking up 24 points, and that would definitely take him up above Imran Wafi and ultimately crown him as champion.
In second. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, that means all he has to do is stay exactly where he is.
He has to just stay where he is.
That's right, because of course the Abdullah brothers have not had enough race finishes this year to be in contention. So really, it had to be one of those three cars, Imran Wafi, Jonathan Z, and there he is going in. I'm sure, oh, he gets cut off again. Watch that car, Johnny. Watch that car, because you can't have anything. What did he say at the beginning of the race? If the machine is good for me. Well, if he keeps doing that, then he might just lose the front half of that car.
Clearly not intent on settling for second, even
No,
though
he's
this
not.
position will win him the championship.
This
going for
position
gold.
will win him the championship, yes, but you just don't know what. Well, Imran Wafi currently is in 7th overall and 3rd in touring production, so he's going to get 20 points where he's standing right now. And remember, he said at the beginning of the race, all he has to do is finish the race, and essentially he's going to win. So if Imran Wafi, who is currently on 67 or 63?
63.
Right, if he gets 20 points, that's 83 points that he's on. So he's going to be happy with sitting in 3rd spot. What comes down to is Tawid Anwar has to overtake him, push Imran Wafi to 4th, and if he's 4th, well, that's going to be 16 points. Okay, Johnny Z's gone through, so now officially the leader. Now, I know we're not counting by laps, but that is lap 28. And with another 20 laps, roughly, maybe about 18, 19 laps left to go in the race. So looking at that overtake. That's nice, easy maneuver. As I said, you want to do these things cleanly and calmly.
I believe this is the first time Johnny Z has taken the lead and is in pole position.
Oh yeah, he's doing really well, considering all the things that have happened to end up here up front.
And so Johnny Z has now actually posted the fastest lap time of 2:36. So we're currently looking at the fastest lap time of the second round of the final round 4 here. And what a time to do it. To take the lead with the fastest lap time with Awan Abdullah in his wake. Johnny Z again this season chasing only his 2nd championship victory. He came out tops in the first race of round 3. Had a great weekend. In fact, he finished as runner-up in the 2nd race. So coming into this finale with great momentum. Peace out fun in your screens as we see there. In 2nd place in the SP1 category. Also doing well in terms of lap time. He's on a 2:38 DW Motorsports. So we can see a little bit of isolation drive now that the track has cleared up. Not many drivers are bunched up. It's sort of more spread out.
Yeah, a lot of track position now available to the drivers, and this is now, as we get into the last 40 minutes, all about reliability and maintenance. Johnny Z is now 1.8 of a second ahead. And remember, both of these drivers have to come in for a another 5-minute stop based on our reckoning and determination. Meanwhile, Tawad Anwar still, he's now down to a 2:35, 3:49. That is the fastest that we've seen.
But Tawad Anwar has shaved off a lap. He was trailing by 3 laps. Now it's 2 laps.
Well, as I said, if you're going around faster than everybody else, that's going to happen. It's whether he's got enough time left to do it. And see, 2:35. He's now 1 lap behind. Oh, in fact, yeah, he's 1 lap behind. And everyone else still, he's got that magic advantage of having everyone else come in for another pit stop. So that charge of his is still alive.
Definitely well still alive, and we've also not seen many cars pit as of now. Most of them are just only on their...
I think it's going to happen in the next 5 minutes. Between 40th minute and 35th minute, I think they have to come in around that time because it would make sense. Now that the track is drying up, I'm sure these tires are going to be just fine for them. So maybe if they needed a splash and dash, that's Masahiko Ida. And 2:38, well, we're getting closer, as you can see there, to some of the best laps that got put down. 2:34, in fact, 2:28 was the 2:28.75 was the fastest we saw in stage 1 of this race. Still plenty of action to come, I can tell you, in the next 39 minutes. And what's of paramount importance for all these drivers is they have to keep on the black stuff, and they have to make sure that these cars that have taken a bit of a battering today in terms of weather and environment, and of course it doesn't help when you have to start them and stop them and start them and stop them. It puts a lot of wear and tear on the inner workings of the engine. Just 1 DNF, but what a significant DNF it was on lap 13. Ayub Azli and Kifli Othman. Well, not even Ayub Azli, he never got to race today. Kifli Othman, City Racing, the number 50 car that has been dominating this season, out, engine blown in the middle of that mess, and that's all I'm going to describe it as, that mess that was.
That's the thing, right?
With lap 11 onwards,
with these
a mess.
touring cars, you can never afford to take anything lightly.
You can't, and he's an
You may be
experienced driver as well.
Exactly.
No, you absolutely can't. And I said Johnny Z in the last few years has also been in that position. We're looking at him now, but I've seen him push to the limit to the point that the car literally stopped. I've seen him in the gravel. He's one of those drivers that will put the car through, you know, the max, the extreme.
Not forgetting that he also had that little fire incident during qualifiers. Got it fixed in great time, and the machine seems to be doing fantastically well.
No, the way I heard it was a big fire.
Big fire.
As well. It wasn't a little fire at all, but we haven't got any footage of it. But in qualifying, so the Empire M Racing Renault Clio is still up and running. It did have a bit of a stint in the gravel, not anymore. That's Chao Tek Song on the inside, and that means, oh, in fact, Chao Tek Song is now down. He's 6th in class, the previous
Umar
leader.
Abdullah has overtaken Johnny Z.
Has, but, you know, to what end? Both of them are going to have to come in for that pit stop. So really, they can dice around as much as they want here. And maybe Johnny is now maintaining. You never know.
Yeah.
But actually, it's a 2:35 that he's put in. So both of them are now up with, you know, the fastest lap keeps getting faster. And as you can see here, is Delta Garage has a nice move on the home straight. Tawad Anwar has now taken it down to 2:33.695. That is the fastest.
Well done by Awan. You know, he took him out on the straights and then closed him right
it off,
away.
Yeah, shut the door. Which is, I think, what you have to do with Johnny Z. I think you just have to shut the door. And you have
It's
to
so
make
interesting
sure.
to see the lap times. Both of them are lapping at 2:35, and they are 300ths of a second faster than the chasing pack.
No, that's absolutely right. As I said, they are, well, full 3 seconds ahead of the chasing pack, but for Tawad Anwar, he's still 2 seconds faster than these guys. So it's a question for Tawad, has he got enough time to keep coming through And really, as I said, that's all going to come down to the pit stop, because I still firmly believe that there is still 8 cars that have to come in for one more stop. And I'm thinking that that's going to be within the next minute and a half. As I said, 35 minutes is what would make logical sense for them to come in and do the 5-minute stop, because I just think after 35 minutes, you're really cutting into the end of the race.
Yeah.
So it's a long stop. It's a huge stop.
You don't want to leave it too late or cut it too thin as well.
No, absolutely not. So is he going to come in now? I wonder. No, he's not. He's going to stay out. But Johnny's coming in. There you go. There's your first stop. Now, this is smart play by Scuba Racing Team. This is the second compulsory 5-minute stop for Johnny Z. And I knew one of them was going to come in at 35. I just didn't know which. I actually thought both of them would. I'm expecting now Delta Garage to also come in for the next lap. This is an all-important stop. Now, once, it looks like he's actually getting out for a little bit of a break. I suppose it's 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Why not? Go out, get a sip of drink, yeah, you know,
have a breather.
say hi, check your text, you know, get on Facebook. If you wanted to post an update, hey, currently leading, you know, put tweet that. But all important, as I said, I've seen this happen before where he's come in, he's been in the lead, but then he had a 7.5-minute pit stop.
So it's very, very important that he sticks to that 5 minutes. And
it's absolutely important that he does actually what Delta Garage did before, which is stay working on the car till 4 minutes 30 and then start heading for the edge of the pit lane.
Give yourself a little bit of
and come out 5:02.
buffer to come out.
But now I'm assuming that this Delta Garage car is going to come in this lap.
Should be coming in anytime soon.
Anybody else coming in? That's the thing.
Well, the last time I checked, there was at least 8 cars who have yet to make their...
Yeah, Pisafan and also Baron Sim still has to come in. Nakamura still has to come in. Lim Jin Guan has to come in. Imran Wafi himself has to come in. So, yeah, there's a lot of cars. Well, one thing I can say is, whoa, how about that? That looks like dangerous driving if ever I've seen it. One thing I have to say is...
It was a wild swerve.
I always know if a Malaysia Championship Series round weekend has been of top-notch quality if I start losing my voice. And that's what's happening now. So regardless of...
Coming to the tail end of the race as well.
Always, absolutely always. This is one job, I have to tell you, where you just end up with no voice.
And it's situations like that. When you see a wild swerve, you go, whoa.
That's exactly it. So for me, regardless of the rain, regardless of the full course yellow yesterday, regardless of the new format, regardless of all of these things, it has still delivered, but in a different way. It's not just about overtaking. It's not just about shunts. We've only had one car that's been retired this whole race so far. It's about this evolution of the story. So that is Pisau Fan, and
it could be a Simcong Tech as well.
Sorry, that's Baron Sim. Yes, Baron Sim is in that car. Simcong Tech is his actual name. Baron Sim
in
is
all
how
fairness, he's done so well to keep.
Yes. Baron Sim is a very, very respected driver. So this is Jonathan Z now at 3 minutes in his stop, and here comes Baron Sim in as predicted. So that's 2 cars of the 8 that have decided that game's up. They're going to have to come in for that second stop. This, obviously, both of those cars are now going to be victim to Tawid Anwar, who's just going to breeze past. That's right, keep it at 60 km. Stop the car. A little bit more than 60 km.
Awan Abdullah still out there?
Awan Abdullah is still out there, and which means he's going to have to come in. Well, he's leaving it a bit late, but 32 minutes left, so refueling rig comes out. This car is the one you're seeing, the 46, is now 3rd in SP1, 4th overall. That is the car that's leading. That is the car that still has to come in for. So, that time that our engineering and Tower Down were planning for is happening now. 3 cars are now in the pits. Imran Wafi has also joined them as well. That's an important pit stop as well, because he is, as I said, topping the championship right now. So where he ends up, and he's currently in second while he's in the pits, is going to make a huge, huge difference as to whether he's champion this year or not. Ideally, he's going to have to finish second or third.
Well, finishing second would give him 24 points, and that would take him up to
87.
87, yes.
If Johnny wins.
If Johnny wins, and here's the clincher, he would be on 87 as well.
Yeah, but I think Imran Wafi's won more. Is that right? How many has Johnny won?
Imran has won 1, Johnny has won 1, and so Johnny would be winning his second one if he wins this.
That's right. So yeah, it does come down to that. If it's tied on points at the end of the season, then it comes down to the amount of first place. If that doesn't decide it, it's the amount of second places on top of that and the amount of third places. And if I'm right, based on that, Johnny's had more second places as well, just in case.
Yes,
So,
Johnny's
yeah.
had 2.
So right
second
now,
places.
it is all pointing towards Johnny Z. You don't get more of an opportunity than this.
When it comes down to permutation, you know it's been a fantastic season.
Yeah, in any sport, if it comes down to photo finish, which is essentially what it is, the Duckworth-Lewis method in cricket. If that's what it comes down to, then you know it's been a great season. But it has been a great season. I said I think this is the first really, really full season. 2022 was great, but it was still a comeback year after COVID and the pandemic and the challenges from the 3 years before. This year, 2023, has been the first all-out season that is kind of resembled the seasons of before, with the race 1 and race 2 on the round weekends, and then of course this new format.
Yeah,
so that is Masahika Ida, sorry. Ken Urata will now get back into that car and do what he does best.
Absolutely right about it being a full season, because we saw our record number of participation.
Yep, no, that's
in
it.
the second round.
I think they were all itching to get back into racing, and signed up for me, one of the most enjoyable championship series that's out there right now, especially in Malaysia. It's definitely the premier national touring car championship, but it's not just that because it's the only one. It's that because so many sponsors, so many drivers, so many managers.
Representations from so many
Yeah,
different
and
countries
so many
as well.
countries, you know,
South
it's-
American continent as well. Asia, we have so many representatives. Japan, Bangladesh,
Over
Pakistan.
the last 21 years of Malaysia Championship Series action, it has just snowballed and got bigger and bigger and bigger. And as I said, I didn't get to see the first 15 odd years because the live stream was only up 7 years ago. But since then, I said, you can see the quality of the racing, the camaraderie between the drivers. And for me personally, as I said, I was one of these people that was always lulled away by the speed and glamour of F1 and you know, hypercars and prototype racing. But this is where man and machine really come together for me, and in a very relatable format with cars that you and I own, road cars as well. So, you know, all the big marks are here, Honda, Toyota, they're all
Exactly.
present.
These are the machines that a man on the street can resonate with,
Which
because
can
they probably
understand,
own
yeah.
the machines as well.
Exactly, they can relate to it. It's a relatable series. So now, 27 minutes left on the clock. And it is a 5-minute stop that's completed for Jonathan Z. Yes, it is 5:01, in fact. So he is out. And he's now on 3 stops. He is done. He's got 27 minutes of full-on racing, and wherever he turns up, one of those spots might just be winner.
And it's safe to say that Awan Abdullah is really pushing it. He's going to leave it really late because we've not seen him pit.
No.
He's not had his second
He has
pit.
to do it. He
Yeah.
has to do it. And he's only 42 seconds ahead now of the rest of the pack. So
But he's really doing well. in Johnny's absence in the pit, he's been clocking 2:33s.
So that's Imran Wafi coming off a 5:04 pit stop, so that's good. And in fact, that means he also is now completed and can just race to the flag. Only 3 cars left that haven't come in for a third stop. One of them is currently missing, and that is Empire M Racing again is missing. That car is not being clocked right now by transponder. That usually means that that's done and dusted with, and it looks
Shazul
at
Hisham or
30
Sharizal.
Yeah, Sharizal in the Empire M Racing car. It looks like it happened at 32 laps, so that's a third DNF. Marbo Racing was our second off the start of turn 1, and of course Kifli Othman we saw 13 laps. That's our third DNF. So no Empire M Racing, and which means there are only 4 touring production cars left. And Tawad Anwar is, as I said, he's up to 5th now by just having to race. He was the first one to get to this platform of where I don't have to pit anymore. So he's now pushing his car, and if I'm right, it's going to be fast. He's pushing it. 2:33.192 is the fastest lap right now out there. Jonathan Z has just put in a 2:33.260. So those are our 2 fastest touring production cars in 2 and 3, and they're both dramatically trying to catch Avan Abdullah in the Delta Garage 86. Looking at SP1, it is Nakamura. In fact, Shinsuke Umeda is now back behind the wheel of, is it that car? Yes, it's that car. The number 13 R-Works Rios, that's topping SP1. Lim Jin Guan has now come in. Oh, that's actually still happening, that second scuba. So we only have, oh, you know what, it actually says that Umeda has to come in for another stop.
Yeah.
Wow. So it's Umeda and it's R-Works Rios and Delta Garage, this car here, and the Blue 86 that are still logged in as not having that third stop. Or, well, it's a second stop, but it's actually a third stop because of the rain delay. And it's just amazing how at this exact point yesterday, we were talking about pit stops. We were talking about pit stops for MTC and SP2 because this entire finale weekend in its new 2-race format
This
has
time
come
yesterday
down
we
to,
were already going down to interviews
Yeah.
because the race was already over.
because they only had a full course yellow yesterday for about 8 laps, whereas this time we had a complete race stoppage, completely different color flag, red flag, for I'd say about half an hour, which is why this race is currently being timed and is not going by the 54 lap benchmark that we had before. So right now, for now, R-Works Rios in this 13 car. Remember, R-Works had a double yesterday in SP2V, so it would be amazing if they could get another win, but I suspect that number 13 car has got to come in for yet another stop. These 2 cars, that's Chao Tek Seong and, well, that's Pisao Fan back in the car now, have both completed 3, so they can race all the way to the finish. Tawhid Anwar is now 3 minutes behind the leader, and the leader has to come in, and I wonder if they've just come in or not for their second
Yep,
pit stop. They have. It just looked that way from the numbers that were coming off the computer, so this is the all-important pit stop, and I hope we get a shot of it in the pit lane as well. Umar Abdullah is going to get back in that car for the final 20 minutes as the final 10 laps.
So this ultimately puts Tawhid Anwar back on top.
After this, it'll be Tawhid Anwar and Jonathan Z back on top, and Johnny Z will be 22 seconds behind Tawhid Anwar. How has that changed? How has that changed?
Johnny Z's got to bring out all, he's got to throw the kitchen sink.
Well, it means that the last 10 laps are going to be absolutely full hellfire because they're lapping now at 2:32, both of them. They keep getting faster.
Yeah.
There is Nakamura coming in for the final pit stop that we're going to see today. because this is the last car, and just behind it, that's the all-important 86 car that has to get this right. They have to get that car out, and if they do, it might just be that three-way battle again, because in fact, I think they're going to come out 1 minute behind Johnny Z and Tawid Anwar based on their pace. They have to as well.
Yeah.
They can't come out before 5 minutes.
So many things could change in the next 20 minutes.
Well, the Umar Abdullah and Delta Garage are now going to have to hope that either the pace slows for Tawid Anwar and Jonathan Z, or something happens to them if they want to. If not, they're going to have to settle for third, but they will be in third, and that's the most important thing. It's still a podium position for them, for a team that didn't take part for some of the tournament or some of the championship and are not in contention. That's the key term. They're not in contention for the championship title itself. For that, it's Imran Wafi, Johnny D, and Tawid Anwar. Well, is Tawid Anwar actually in contention for the whole thing? He should be, right?
He is.
I think it's dependent on whether Johnny finishes.
He's in fourth place, but his classification really depends on how the rest performs.
Yeah, I think Johnny Z is going to have to not finish. He's on 48 points right now, so he's going to need to win and get the 30 points to take him up to 78. And Johnny Z, who's in second, is going to have to, well, with 24 points, that would put him on, oh, this is going to be so close. It's going to be 70, it's 81 points.
Yeah,
so
Johnny
yes,
will still be higher.
Johnny will still be higher. All Johnny has to do is finish right now. That's it. And he should win it. Because Imran Wafi is currently in 11th. And even though he's fourth, and therefore will get, let's see, that's 16 points.
16 points, yeah.
16 points will put him on 79, as I said, yes. So it's just rough in our heads. It looks like Johnny Z on 81. It looks like Tawid Anwar on 80. And it looks like Imran Wafi on 79, if that's the case. But, yep, we've still got 19 minutes left to go. So, those two final pit stops are playing out. Arworks Rios with another minute and a half to go, and Delta Garage with another minute and 20 to go. And meanwhile, Tawid Anwar and Jonathan Z are racing up the order. There they are on track.
21 second
21
difference.
second difference.
It's crazy.
21 second difference, and Tawid Anwar's going to know all he has to do is keep plugging away at 2:32, and he should do it. Johnny's moved to a 2:31, 5:20, so he's trying his hardest, but he's going to have to pull out a 2:27 or a 2:28 if he's going to catch Anwar in 18 minutes. That's what you're going to have to do.
But I think the aim for him now, okay, if I don't catch him, worst case, I just need to finish second.
Yeah, that's it.
I'll claim the championship.
That's it. It can easily finish with Tawid winning, him finishing second, and he still gets the championship because he was in second place. But these are the permutations that we've come down to in the last 18 minutes. Hats off to Race Control for determining this amount of time in this second stage of the race. And as you can see, their predictions have come true for the track because it's almost dry again. So there we go. The final pit stop is done. 4:47. They've done this really well.
Yeah, they've
so
timed
he's gonna,
both
yeah,
pit
he's
stops
gonna,
really well.
He's gonna come. Look how close they are. This is 4th position, and so Johnny Z takes the lead from Umar Abdullah and Delta Garage. They are now on the same lap, and they are now fighting for position. So he can now get up to full speed and have a bit of a pop if he wants to, because, as I said, they're all on 37 laps. Well, that is close. And you know what? If it had just been a little bit, if Johnny had been a little bit slower for the 2 laps beforehand, then Umar would have come out in front. So that is first and second in touring production. And if I'm right, Tawid Anwar should be just behind them. Well, as soon as he crosses the line, we'll find out. That's Umeda in Arworks Rios coming out of the pit lane. And that's Chautek Seong. So they're going to be on the same lap now. So Chautek Seong has just taken the lead. Pisafan is now in second. Ken Urata is back in third. And the whole race has come together again.
SP1 is just blown wide open, right?
The whole race has just reformed and coagulated with 15 or 16 minutes left to go. This is going to be a great battle.
And this is what we want to see, a grandstand finish.
This is exactly what we wanted to see in SP1. Now, I cannot do the calculations for SP1 right now with this amount of cars going on. I'll try, though. Well, Pisafan is leading on 60 points. And Jasmine Tan, who is in the 444 car.
Yeah, Jasmine, who's in second now.
Jasmine is in second. Are we sure of that? We're going to have to wait till they complete this lap, because it looks to me... Where is Jasmine Tan? That's not him. That's Hishamuddin from Jevon in the 71 car. That is Umeda, Awex Rios. Well, we're going to have to wait till they finish this lap, but I don't think Jasmine is in the running anymore, because I can't see the black AXO 444 car in there. And all of these guys are on the same lap now. Tao Anwar has just completed his 38th lap, and that means that he is going to be ahead. There you go. It's happened. 20 seconds ahead of Jonathan Z, as we said, who is 4 seconds ahead of Umar Abdullah.
Yeah, so
as predicted.
As of now, the battle is between second place and third place. Jonathan Z and
I know Johnny's fast, but he's no way going to make up 20 seconds in
is
15 minutes. There's no way, because they are both lapping within a second of each other. So I wonder if the battle for touring production is done. It has been a brilliant strategy from our engineering.
Yeah, and this was the same strategy deployed by Mitchell Chia yesterday to make consecutive...
It was easier for Mitchell. It was because he didn't have 2 or 3 people fighting him. It was just Hayden. He just had to outfox Hayden.
But it was the quick strategy that worked in their favor to pit
and also,
early.
Mitchell did it first.
Yeah, Mitchell did it first.
You know, I reckon that maybe we'll see this happen a lot more in finales, because of course it's just one compulsory stop for the rounds themselves. But so a couple of race control infringements as well. I just saw flashed up. I think that was Pisafan's car. That one that has just picked up a bit of infringement from all 4 of them being in such tight racing conditions. Right, so they have now come across, and it's Jasmine Tan that's leading. That's why we didn't see him, and he's basically ahead of this pack that we saw. Chao Tek-song is now in second. Ken Urata is in third, so I can get back to my calculations now. And I can tell you that if it stays like this, Jasmine Tan's going to get 30 points and move up to 86. And he's going to move up from 24 to 66 points. And Ken Urata is in third, so he will get 20 points. He's going to be on 65. And Umeda and Nakamura, well, they're going to be out of contention. So right now, it is Jasmine Tan that's going to be winning this championship. Started second at the start of the day. Has had 3 second place finishes over the season, but if they can stay up there, not only is an R Engineering 1-2 in SP1, well, how about that? Believe it or not, Umar Abdullah has just put in a 2:27.890 on this wet track. That is a dry time on a wet track, 2:27.890. That's a full 3 seconds ahead, 4 seconds ahead of Tawhid Anwar. And with them, well, he's definitely going to be having a go at Johnny Z. He's only 2 seconds behind.
Yeah.
He might even be able to have a go at Tawhid Anwar, this car right here, if he can maintain that pace. That's an unbelievable change. Right, he's 4 seconds a lap faster, and he's got 10 minutes to go.
But this man is in a class of his own so far.
Well, 10 minutes to go is 5 laps. And if he's lapping 4 seconds faster, then that is 20 seconds.
Well, he'll have to maintain that same pace for the next,
Yeah,
for the
he's gonna-
remaining of the
if
race.
he can put 2:27 down and get past Johnny Z now, then he might actually meet Anwar at the finish line.
And you're right. Look at that. He's so close.
It's so
He's just
so
got
close.
to his rear already.
How did he manage to pull a 2:27 out of that in these conditions as well? But as I said, roughly 5 laps to go. If he's 4 seconds up on Tawhid Anwar, then that is 20 seconds made up in those 4 laps. And he might just meet him on the home straight, in fact. But he has to get past Johnny Z.
That would be quite the finish.
The only thing that's going to stop Umar Abdullah putting in another 2:27 is Johnny Z in front of him. Johnny Z can hold him up.
Yeah, and Johnny Z is on a personal
Look
mission
at
of his
that,
own.
look how close they are. He's having a look on the outside. It hasn't ended here at all. He's not going to make it on the outside. Johnny's holding resolutely that middle line. And now he's just going to push him on the outside, tries on the inside as well. It's just a pure pace of Delta Garage
You
just
just see
pushing
the
him through.
the left rear tire just lifting off.
He is coming through. That this lap time is going to be super critical. It's a 2:28, and that's the 1 second that Johnny Z is holding him back. So now Johnny is trying again. He's lapping 1 second slower. He's trying everything to defend that as they come into turn 1. There's bound to be a switchback for Umar Abdullah.
Tables have turned. Now it's Johnny's turn to defend.
Johnny is currently wondering how someone with the same pace as himself is now right behind him. Look at that, glued back bumper and front bumper, absolutely nothing between them. This is going to
The
have
challenge
to.
is also for Johnny to keep that line, to not allow
So now both of them have closed
Umar to
up.
get away.
Both of them have closed up on Tawhid Anwar by 4 seconds already. They're 16 seconds back now. So both of them going faster is going to lead to, unless of course Tawhid decides to pick up the pace, but he's now lapping 2 seconds behind Johnny and Umar. What a performance by Delta Garage.
Yeah, Tawhid seems, maybe he seems to think that he has all the time in the world, and he probably still has because he doesn't have this guy in his race.
It's a long shot for these two, to maintain this pace of 2:28 and 2:29, because that's not going to be enough. 2:28 means you're 3 seconds behind Anwar, and you've roughly got 4 laps to go, which is 12 seconds. So Anwar will win by 4 seconds.
Yeah.
So you need to hit 2:27, both of them, and they need to hit it right now and keep it. And I think that's what Tawhid Anwar is doing. I think he's realized that he doesn't have to ask any questions.
Yeah, he
They
just needs
have
to maintain.
Yeah, he just has to maintain. Now this is Ken Urata showing that he can attack, taking Chao Tek-seong on the inside at turn 1. But look at that, that's the switchback. That's wonderful work by Tek-seong. Oh, bit of contact. I wonder whose fault that was. I actually think that was Tek-seong's fault because he was not fully past halfway on the car. Now I'm just keeping an eye here on the numbers, and that is Tawhid Anwar. That doesn't look like 16 seconds, is it? It doesn't
Tawhid
look
Anwar
like...
is lapping at 2:31.
It's 14 seconds now between them.
Yeah, so Tawhid Anwar has gotten faster as well.
He's got a little bit faster, but I think the term is fast enough.
Fast enough.
These guys
to
are
be
not going
crowned
to catch him.
champion.
Yeah, these guys are not going to try to catch him, and that's strange to say when they're both clocking 2:28s and 2:29s. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. Unless Avan Abdullah can get past Johnny right here and put in 2 blinding laps of 2:26 now, I don't think it's going to work out for him. He'll still finish 2 seconds. Oh, nice and close on the inside at turn 5. That is pushing track limits. Well, whatever happens to these guys, and it does look like at this point there is our championship winner, Jesmond Tan, because he is 32 seconds, no, in fact 5 seconds ahead of Chao Tek-seong at the moment. In fact, might even be on a different lap. No, yeah, I think it is. It's 5 seconds. So all Jasmine Tan has to do is keep this going. Started in second place in the championship at the start of the day and is about to overtake Pisau Fan while this fight still goes on.
Yeah, and now Kanurata has the edge.
Kanurata definitely with half a car length. And look at how steady he is. He's now going to cross the track. There you go, perfectly. Shuts the door, and that's how you do it. Turns 1 and 2. Kanurata in third right now. But as I said, Jasmine Tan will be unassailable on 86 points if he wins this. Our engineering double, R-Works Rios third and fourth, which is still very good. In fact, that is an R engineering car. No, that's both. That's an R engineering car behind, and that's Kanurata in an R-Works Rios up front. And both R engineering R-Works, the top 4 positions in SP1. So coming down to the last 2 laps based on timing. If they're lapping at 2, oh, Johnny Z's has put it at 2:28.
28, yeah.
Never gives up, that boy. Never gives up. And
So even though he's not in our screens, we know that, you know, he's still having that advantage over Umar Abdullah, and he's almost there. Almost there.
Tawad Anwar has just kept it absolutely perfectly static at 2:31, 1:48, and he knows that's enough, because that's the thing, they're running out of time. If they'd done it with 16 minutes left and 2:27, 2:27, 2:27, then he would have ended up in that. But there's a number incidents between Chao Tek Seong and Kanurata at turn 2. Which
But that was already brewing for
that
some
was
time.
pretty well. That was the bump that we saw on the replay, and that is how little it takes to get race control to have a look at that. So 12 seconds ahead is Tawad Anwar of this battle that you're watching now. And this is just for bragging rights now as to who's going to be on a higher step in the podium. Good to see them so tightly matched. 2:29.834 for Johnny Z up front and 2:29.575. So the faster car is the number 86 again. That car has been turning it on. This car just has to cruise.
They're almost as fast in the last lap, 2:29.
Well, they really haven't let up. And it's actually Lim Jin Guan and R-Works Rios that have put in the fastest laps for SP1, 2:34s. But yes, good to see these guys, after all the strategies and after all the stoppages and after all the rain. Look at that dry line on the track, by the way.
And it's great to see
it.
some battles going on as we come to the finish line.
Come to the last lap. but
Not the isolation drive.
You can just see that now on the track, the big dry area just in that middle lane.
Yeah.
And that's where it has to happen. Tawad Anwar switched into maintaining mode, and
This
it's done
man was
very well.
so modest when he came to speak to us. In fact, he said he was nervous.
He
but
was
it looks
nervous,
like an
but
absolutely confident drive.
I think it's exactly what he said. He read the situation well enough and realized that he basically won this race when he took that second pit stop.
Yeah.
And all he had to do was make sure the car was reliable and keep putting in 2:30, 2:31 laps, which he's now just got a bit faster for the last lap, or what should be. This is coming to the last lap. In fact, this isn't finally the last lap. This is it's 1 lap plus leader. But meanwhile, this battle for second and third is going to keep going right till the end, unless there is a misfortune and a malfunction. Johnny Z has done a lot more defending than he would have liked in this last bit. I'm sure he would have liked to have just powered through.
They are so close with each other from the last few laps is because the lap times have hardly differed. If one is going at 2:29, then the other is, just mirroring him.
I think we're just really lucky. I think we're lucky after all the stoppages to have this situation at the end. Because I know we were talking about how we were expecting isolation drives. It could have so easily been an isolation drive. Now, Jasmine Tan is essentially on an isolation drive right now. So SP1 did have one, but we never really... And Tawad Anwar has essentially been driving his own race for the last 10 laps as well. So it's where you are on track, but it's how you respond to the situation. And these guys are now going to be coming up to their final lap. This is 9 and 10. So I was right in the end, 43, 44 laps. So a 10-lap reduction essentially from the rain, and that really equates to how much time we were watching the birds. Anyway, the birds had 10 laps of prime broadcast time here on the official live
Again,
stream
another
of
fast
the-
lap from Johnny Z.
Yeah, 2:28, 4:29. I think he just knows this is the last lap he's going to do before S1K, so why not push the car? And I guess if the car's lasted this long, then you probably want to just really push it. So Tawid Anwar, after a very smart drive, and I can just feel Lai Wei Singh's brain and thinking behind this, because he's a master at coming up with these strategies. That's worked out well for them, and he's on his last lap now, Tawid Anwar. As followed by this battling duo. There you go, that's confirmation of it. Not that far back in the end.
Yeah.
Well,
it's closer than we thought.
8.4 seconds is what it is. So
it was 6 seconds shaved off.
Oh yeah, because as I said, Tawid has just sat on 230. So if this race had gone on for another 3 laps, then these two would have caught him. And that is the brilliance of our engineering strategy. How they managed to do this and keep calm and realize that the maths never fail. Physics and maths come together in a race car, and if you can figure out the maths and you get the physics just about right, then it will not go wrong. That is almost as certain as the sun rising. It's not as certain as the rain falling, as we saw, but it is as certain, the maths is anyway, as the sun rising. And I said it's brilliant to have these things. So meanwhile, Umar Abdullah is trying yet again on the inside. He wants that second spot on the podium.
It's been brilliant, you know, to see this car just recover from the last race where they had blown tire. They were forced out, and you know, to put in this performance.
Well,
regardless.
That's gone wide by Johnny Z. That's going to really push him off. Has he got enough? No, that was well recovered, but he lost a lot of time. These two are going to go at it.
How did he recover? My goodness.
To the checkered flag. Both of them will be racing to the checkered flag, and I can tell you, lap 15, Umar Abdullah is going to pull in on the outside or the inside, and he's going to try and make a dash for that flag. That's happening now. This is turn 12. So it's in the next 3
That could have
turns.
changed everything if
Is he close
Umar
enough?
Abdullah
He's
had
not
overtaken.
fast enough. Johnny Z currently is still lapping 100ths of a second faster, but I bet you anything that Umar Abdullah is going to try it. And for everyone watching, the MCS season has come down to the last lap for the two extra podium finishes. So here is Tawid Anwar, and of course we have to give him his credit and his due. He is about to win this race, and that should put him in second in the championship, right?
Tawid Anwar would go up to 78 points.
Which would put him into second. And so look at that, right down to the finish line, and greatly defended by Johnny Z. It is second and third. What a race for Scuba Racing Team and Delta Garage, and especially Delta Garage for being up and in it to win it right from the start. They were essentially. Imran Wafi's also finished in fourth. That's confirmed now with the first 3 already being finished.
It's only a 3-point deficit in the end.
Came down to 3 points, yeah.
Tawid Anwar and Jonathan Z. And it could have been all that much different if Umar had overtaken.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you look back at these things now, and if people had come in earlier or later, and if they'd just put in a couple of extra fast laps, coming off into the second stage. This is our winner for SP1, Jesman Tan, and for our engineering. Another title for our engineering. Of the many titles that they've picked up over the last 3 or 4 years. So SP1, in fact, that's a double win for our engineering. They've won TP and SP1.
And it's also the first victory for Jasmine Tan.
No, it's a great performance. Our engineering have dominated this final round despite the adversities and the weather. And that should be Ken Urata and Chao Tek Seong coming in for second and third. Also, basically right next to each other. So very, very close for the podium finishers. And that is that. So with our podiums finished, now it's just, well, that's Pisao Fan coming in fourth, was leading the championship at the start of the day, has been overtaken by Jasmine Tan, so we'll finish second overall for the championship. Would have liked a better finish, I think, than eighth, and that's Lim Jin Guan, our final finisher, coming in. So well done to Tawhid Anwar. Had to get over some personal tragedy recently with a loss of a family member, I remember, in the last round. But has always been a solid and reliable driver, and this time has played the strategies absolutely perfectly, and he's come through. As for Jasmine Tan, well, that was a solid drive from start to finish, regardless of the rain.
Yeah, both drivers deserve to be absolutely commended. You know, Tawhid Anwar, like you mentioned, dealing with the loss of a close family member. But at the same time, putting that aside and, you know, just focusing on the matter at hand.
Compartmentalize and be able to get through that. And so, you know, he's done very well here. And for him, it was about just looking at the whole race as a whole and kind of evolving as you went through it. For Johnny Z, he tried to put the pedal to the metal as soon as he could, but in the end ended up defending a lot more than attacking for at least the last 10 laps. Ken Urata and Chao Tek Seong, well, they gave us some thrills and spills right to the checkered flag. And look at that, it's number 13 car, Works Rios, just following them to Interpark Fairmay they go. And it's a good final day for our engineering. Lai Wei Singh is going to be very happy that they won Touring Production and SP1.
Jonathan Z will be extremely proud of himself. Second place by champion overall. How can you not be happy with that?
Only it was another 3 laps. I said if only.
It could have been
That's
different.
what he's going to be thinking about when he falls asleep tonight. If only I had 3 more laps. Because remember, 45 laps in the end. This was supposed to be a 54 lap race.
Indeed.
So there were supposed to be another 9 laps. And what would have happened then, I wonder.
So the rain did play devil's advocate.
The rain has changed everything very much in the same manner that the full course yellow changed everything yesterday. And of course, the full course yellow is a man-made thing. The rain, absolutely nothing you do. There he is. Calm as ever. Good, solid drive. I said it before, I think it was yesterday, there's maintaining, attacking, and defending. And what Tawhid did for pretty much the last 20 laps was just maintain that pace, 230. Don't push the car 227. Don't push the car 228. Just make it 230. Let those guys catch up behind it.
He did that as soon as he came out from his second pit. He was
That's
so
all he had to do.
consistent.
Yeah, that's all he had to do, because that is race pace. So that left the questions to be asked by Umar Abdullah and Johnny Z. Are you going to push your car to 227? And they did, obviously.
They did answer it the best they could.
They did the best they could, if only it had gone on for another 9 laps.
Great entertainment nonetheless from our competitors.
Fantastic. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I think they've done well looking at the results. So this is Touring Production. Great for Tawhid Anwar, our engineering, get their first win, in a while actually, for Touring Production. Johnny Z in second. Great drive from the Delta Garage team in third. Imran Wafi in fourth. Shazul Isham and Kifli Othman DNFs at 10 and 32 laps.
And Jasmine Tan taking the SP1 title, followed by Ken Urata in second place. Chao Tek Seong completes the podium in fourth place. We have Omida and Nakamura, followed by Pisao Fan, Lim Jin Guang, and Hishamuddin in seventh place. And Azmi Omar Iskandar Mohammed completes the classification.
So fantastic race all in all, and I think for the fact that we had a lot less people, a lot less contenders on the grid, it was still delivered all the action. Let's look back at that action right now. Two parts to this race, of course. This was part one, and this was the early start when things were bone dry, looking a little bit dark though, and that was Kifli Othman into turn one, Johnny Z in second, Umar Abdullah in third, and Tawhid Anwar into fourth. Then the rain fell, and the rain started falling about lap 3, and things got a little bit dangerous as to how well this was going to progress. Unsurprisingly, as the heavy rain fell, it was a red flag situation, and the cars were put into the fast lane, and they were actually had to leave their cars to go for a briefing as well. When we got restarted, and that was a little bit later on, about half an hour later on, it was then deemed to be going by time, and this was the biggest thing to happen on lap 13. Big engine blowout for Kifli Othman. Ayub Azli would not get a drive in the end, and Kifli guides that car safely into the gravel. So he's out. That was one of the top contenders, and this was the Jesman Tan car. That's Marbo Racing that had a bit of a spin at the end, or the start of the home straight. That car, well, what can you say, lives a charmed life. Empire M Racing got back on track after that. This was the big fight near the end. It was Umar Abdullah and Johnny Z. Once they got on the same lap, that was around about lap 37, they then fought it out right till the end, and they would take that to the checkered flag as well. In SP1, it was the same situation for second place, Ken Urata and Chatek Song in third. They battled it out. They would bump as well here, and that was, well, I mean, it did in the end led to no further action by race control, and it was solid, calm driving by Tawhid Anwar to come through and take the checkered flag. So our engineering with a win in touring production and a win in SP1, and maybe this is the resurgence of one of the most successful teams in Malaysia Championship Series history, our engineering. So that was great scenes there, and we'll be back with the podium presentation, so don't go anywhere. Right now, we are taking a break.
Nerves of steel needed in sizzling conditions. It's time to seize the moment in Sepang. It's time to race in MotoGP.
Yokohama.
The biggest race of 2022 is here as we get set fully for Trinus Grand Prix in Malaysia. And look at Banyaya. He's up to second. Close off. Back at Banyaya. Up into second place. Fabio Quartararo clinging on to that third place. How close was that?
To all my fans, this year is our year. Come down to Sepang this November. It's time for Malaysian GP. Malaysia. 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 Jom ke Sepang, kasih gegar.
Yokohama.
Fight isn't over. The fight is just beginning. You can break physically, you can break mentally, you can break your heart, you can break your spirit, and all of those are gonna leave a mark. But the mark that they leave can be the mark of victory or can be the mark of defeat.
Nerves of steel needed in sizzling conditions. It's time to seize the moment in Sepang. It's time to race in MotoGP.
The battle's coming now. The fury shakes the ground. I've come to take my crown. I'm rising up, my heart is pounding, ready and not the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment. For greatness. Legend in the making, deep in my bones. I am the champion. Got one time to take it. It all comes down to this, and deep in my bones. Oh yeah, I am the champion. I know where I'm going. I have been chosen. I'll never be broken. I am the champion. A clashing of titans, a battle of giants. Take a moment of
That no matter what you walk through, no matter how many times you fail, there is within you a spirit that is greater than whatever is going on around you.
If you would be willing to fight your way through this battle, fight your way through it, I'm telling you, at the end of the fight, is going to come victory.
Because the victory is mine.
Malaysia, 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 Malaysia. Kasih gegar, kasih gegar. Jom ke Sepang, kasih gegar.
It's time to race. Go! Great start from competition. Electric start from Jorge Martin. And look at Bagnaia. He's up to second. Start back at Bagnaia on the inside of Marc Marquez. Up into second place. The dream start. The fairy tale first two corners. He's second.
To all my fans, this is our year. Come down to Sepang this November. It's time for Malaysian GP. Malaysia, 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 Malaysia. Jom ku Sepang, kasih gegar.
Yokohama.
The biggest race of 2022 is here as we get set fully for try this Grand Prix in Malaysia. And look at Bagnaia. He's up to second. Close off. Back at Bagnaia. Up into second place. Fabio Quartararo clinging on to that third place. How close was that?
To all my fans, this is our year. Countdown in November to Sepang. It's time for Malaysian GP. Malaysia, 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 Malaysia. Jom kar Sepang, kar si gagar.
Yokohama.
The biggest race of 2022 is here as we get set fully for try this Grand Prix in Malaysia. And look at Bagnaia. He's up to second. Close off. Back at Bagnaia. Up into second place. Fabio Quartararo clinging on to that third place. How close was that?
Hello to all my fans. This is our year. Come down to Sepang this November. It's time for Malaysian GP. Malaysia, 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 Malaysia. Jom kur Sepang, kasih gugar.
So back here on the official live stream of the Sepang International Circuit, and as you can see, the crowds are beginning to gather for the podium ceremony. And just while we have the time, remember, do get onto the official website www.sepangcircuit.com. Find out everything you can about the Petronas Grand Prix of Malaysia 2023 happening 10th to 12th of November. Still some tickets left, selling out fast, but you can get to the biggest race of the year in terms of MotoGP. And
in third place, car number 86 from Team Bank
Touring Production first.
Delta Garage Racing Team, Umar and Alvan Abdullah. In second place, car number 17, Scuba Race Team, Jonathan C. Bayu. And the winner for the touring production category, car number 44, our engineering, Anwar Amir. Firstly, we would like to invite Encik Azhar Shafriman as Chief Executive Officer of Sepang International Circuit to hand the trophies to our third place winners. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Akira Nakamoto, Manager Director of Yokohama Tire Sales Malaysia Sdn Bhd, to hand the trophy to our second place winner. And now we would like to invite Encik Nur Azli Muhammad Daud, Pengarah Bahagian Pembangunan Sukan Jabatan Belia dan Sukan Negara Kementerian Belia dan Sukan to hand the trophy to our first place winner.
So our VIPs on hand.
And now we would like to get a group photo with all our presenters and our winners.
Okay, drivers stay, drivers no come there. That's a photographer, drivers only. Drivers only. Drivers only.
Okay, drivers, let's look up to your left, up to the skies as a camera just for you. All right, once again, congratulations to all the winners for the touring production category.
So
And
up
now,
next will
ladies
be
and gentlemen, it's
SP1.
time for the S Production 1 category. In third place, car number 11 from our engineering, Jiao Tek Song. In second place, car number 55 from our Works Rios, Ken Urata and Ann Ida. And your champion for the SP1 category, car number 444, our engineering, Jasmine Tan Yong Hao. We would now like to invite once again Encik Azhar Shafriman Hanif, Chief Executive Officer of Sepang International Circuit, to hand the trophies to our third place winners. And next, we would like to bring out Mr. Akira Nakamoto, Manager Director of Yokohama Tire Sales Malaysia Sdn Bhd, to hand the trophies to our second place winners. And now we'd like to invite Encik Nur Azli Muhammad Daud, Pengarah Bahagian Pembangunan Sukan Jabatan Belia dan Sukan Negara Kementerian Belia dan Sukan, to hand the trophy to our first place winner. And let's have a group photo with our presenters and of course our winners for today's MCS 2023 round 4 SP1.
And there's confirmation of it, the S Production top 3.
All right, thank you presenters. Drivers, once again, Please look up to your left.
So we will be talking to the winners. Good to see the weather cleared up just in time for the podium presentation as well. I can't imagine what that would have been like if it had gone a little bit too many, as you can see. The skies have cleared up here at Sepang.
For MCS 2023, congratulations.
It's been definitely a great day of racing up here at the Sepang International Circuit, as it always is, even though the weather did play a significant part in the outcome of it. But it looks like the wonderful fans that have been gathered very happy with the result, and of course lots of other racing happening here as well, the GT World Challenge and the Caterham Cup. Just two of the races, but big thanks of course to all the other challenges and tournaments and cups and competitions that have played out on MCS race weekends over the 2023 season since May. Well, I think we're just about ready now to hear from the winners.
Champion once again here on the podium for round 4 of MCS. Share with us your feeling. It has been definitely a difficult race for you today.
Assalamu alaikum everyone who's watching. This time it was very hard to come to Malaysia. For some reason the visa wasn't being issued, so I had to fly to Dubai to get the visa, and last minute flight I took to Malaysia. On Friday morning I landed. So I had no preparation, nothing. I had a very hectic week before coming here. Thank God there was no race on Saturday, so I could prepare, rest, and finally the result today.
So definitely easy. The best thing to say, it's all worth it in the end.
Oh yeah, definitely it's worth it, and I would like to dedicate this victory to my loving wife. You have been nothing short but a gem in my life. I am lucky to have you in my life. Alhamdulillah for you.
The best way possible to share your gracious thoughts being a champion, as well as thanking your family as well. Avi Anwar, your champion for the TP class.
Thank you, Mio. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks a lot, Mio. That was fantastic to hear from Tawad Anwar, and as usual, brilliant, absolutely brilliant dedication as well. And up next, we should be getting another one of our winners, just getting up there to Mio.
All right, now I'm here now with the champion of the SP1 category. We got Jasmine. Okay. Jasmine, I spoke to you on the grid earlier.
Yeah.
We didn't expect the rain, or were you expecting the rain to be that hard and such a harsh condition earlier?
More or less, I roughly know it's going to have a big rain. So I just maintain my pace.
Okay.
And then just carry on whatever
Alright.
the situation is. Yeah.
One thing I do want to ask, during the red flag, when the race was stopped, you were taken away, all the races were taken away for quite a while. What were you thinking then? Because you're the solo driver, you don't have a partner. You have to get back into the car and race still. So how was that with you? What was going through your mind?
I was just thinking, just complete the race and then don't think so much. Just go. Yeah.
Okay. Final words from you, being a champion today for round 4?
I want to thank all my parents, my family's member, and last but not least, Mr. Lai, R Engineering, for giving such a good car today. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Congratulations again, Jasmine. All right, so that's it from us here at the Sepang International Circuit. It has been a delightful 2 days. As you have seen on Saturday, it was a dry and hot day, but today it was a bit of a wet. It wasn't even a bit, it was very wet down here at the Sepang Circuit, but it's definitely been a pleasure for all of us spectators watching all of these races go down on the track. It has definitely been a very good season for all of the drivers. We do hope that we will have all this excitement once again in 2024. That's it for MCS this year. My name is Mio Adlan. We hope to see you again very soon. Take care. Bye.
Thank you so much, Mio, and thank you, of course, to everyone involved in the Malaysia Championship Series, echoing what he said. It's been a fantastic season, and we hope to continue it next season as well. Thanks to all of our sponsors, everybody involved. You guys have a great well, rest of the month, and we'll see you next at the Sepang 1,000 kilometer race. Goodbye.
It is hot down here in the pit lanes. It's definitely going to be hotter out there on the track. Ladies and gents, we are back. Welcome back at the Malaysia Championship Series down here.
And the Malaysia Championship Series 2021 season is a go. You can hear those engines screaming their way. Drive all this in contact at turn 15. We said there might be some action at turn 15. Wow, that's a double overtake. This is some huge stuff to kick off